Morning. Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025, regular Board of County Commissioners meeting will now be called to order. We'll begin with a moment of silent reflection for the first responders and members of the armed forces, which will be followed by an invocation by none other than
Vice Chair.
Commissioner Law, and we will then have the Pledge of Allegiance by the County Administrator, John Tikanich. Please rise.
Please pray with me. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this glorious day as we kick off summer. Father, we ask that you continue to provide protection for all of our first responders, our law enforcement, all of our county employees, all of our state and federal employees. Father, we know in Matthew 8 how you calm the storms, and we ask again, Father, for the remainder of this hurricane season that you provide guidance and wisdom and protection for all members of Indian River County. In your Son's name, amen.
Amen.
Please place the flag. Please face the flag. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Glory.
Flag adjustment. Okay. Good morning, all, and we will now begin with any additions, deletions to the agenda and the emergency items. Seeing none,
Second.
have a motion by Commissioner Joe Ehrman, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to, there are no proclamations or presentations, but we do have approval of the minutes. Regular meeting for the minutes of March 25th, 2025.
Approve.
We have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting of April 8th, 2025. We have a motion by Commissioner Ehrman, seconded by Vice Chairman Law. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Move on to informational items. Is there anything that anybody would like to discuss on informational items? We do have our consummating order for the Public Service Commission, and just a minor adjustment on a Scrivener's error that was detected on the gas tax distribution percentages. Seeing nothing else, at this time, if there's anyone in the audience in attendance that wishes to speak about any item that is on the agenda, whether it be consent or on the remaining of the agenda, so long as it's not for the quasi-judicial hearing, you have an opportunity to speak now if you're not going to be in attendance later. 2 microphones. All right, well, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Commissioners.
Approve.
We have a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to, we have nothing under constitutional offices and governmental agencies. I'm sure that's going to come very quickly at a hearing coming up. So we will hear from all of them. We'll now move on to public hearings. And the first item is a public hearing, item 11A1, which is the St. Lucie Housing Finance Authority bonds hearing.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Counselor.
How are you?
Outstanding. Thank you for your fine work.
Yes, sir. Commissioners, if you recall, we were here about a month ago asking we were asking to sign a area of operation agreement with St. Lucie Housing Finance Authority to allow a low-income housing project to go forward. We're here back for it has gone forward through St. Lucie County Housing Finance Authority. It is also, they've approved the bond, and I believe they've already had their TEFRA hearing. We are here for that hearing this morning to finalize that, to allow them to issue the bonds and the project to go forward. We have a representative from the company here if there's any questions for them. We are just asking, the board to approve the TEFRA hearing and allow them to go forward with the project and have the bonds issued.
This is the hearing.
Yes, sir. We would ask you to open up the public hearing and
Yes,
take comment.
thank you. Any questions for council?
No.
Seeing none, this is a public hearing, and we'll now open it for public input. Having given ample opportunity for anyone to approach to discuss, we'll now close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, move approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by myself. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'll only add that I spoke in detail with the administrator about this, consistent with our affordable housing and the perk of the dollars not going through our county, and we have no financial responsibility in this matter.
Yes. And it is a benefit that we would have to percolate and put into funding to have this mechanism. So we're kind of blessed in a way that we have them to step up to the plate and opportunity. There were years ago where we did this through another jurisdiction in the Panhandle, and it caused great discussion as to, hey, why aren't you all doing it yourself? Again, the cost factor of having that administration and them stepping up to the plate, they're willing to do it, is a great benefit.
Yes, sir.
So, and thank you for your work. Thank
Yes,
you
sir.
for bringing that up. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is the item 11A2, which is the Sage Cottage Land Company LLC's request to rezone approximately plus or minus 13.2 acres from RS6 Single Family Residential District to RM6 Multiple Family Residential District. And there are attachments. But before we begin the discussion, this is a quasi-judicial matter. So the item on the agenda is a request for Sage Cottage Land Company, LLC, to rezone approximately 13.2 acres from RS6 Single Family Residential District to RM6 Multiple Family Residential District. This is a quasi-judicial hearing and proceeding, and the parties that are involved are the Indian River County and the Sage Cottage Land Company, LLC, also known as the applicant. With that, we'll begin with on the left, and I need to know, I have to ask all commissioners to disclose any ex parte communications, site visits, or independent investigations.
None. No.
None that I'm aware of.
None.
None I'm aware of.
Thank you. With that, we also have to confirm that the commissioners have an open mind and are able to base their decision on the evidence that is presented in applicable law.
Can and will.
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 Thank you. At this time, we will open the public hearing and beginning with staff presentation. I'm going to ask the clerk to swear in anyone that will bear witness, and we can do that collectively.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move forward with a presentation by staff.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Patrick Murphy, Chief of Long Range Planning. Happy to present this rezoning to you today. On the screen, you'll see an aerial map showing this property. The area to be rezoned is approximately 13.2 acres of a larger 23.5 acre parcel. It's located on the south side of 9th Street, otherwise known as Oslo Road, approximately a half mile west of 7th Road Southwest, and about a third mile east of 20th Avenue Southwest. This area is characterized by a mixed pattern of uses, including residential, public, and commercial/industrial. The county's IG Recreation Center and a transit hub are also located directly across Oslo on the north side of the road. The zoning map you have before you can see this sort of tan color. It was predominant on this map. This is an RS6 zoning. The parcel currently has split zoning. The northern portion is RM6, multiple family residential, and the southern portion, which you're looking at here today, is RS6. The property is bordered by RM6 zoning to the east, RS6 zoning to the south. It is adjacent to commercial and industrial zones, CH and IL, to the north. Directly to the west in the hashed area is actually medical use. The entire property is designated L2, low-density residential 2, which allows up to 6 units per acre. That's its future land use designation. That's the tan color on this map. You can see it's predominantly, this area is L2. Table 2.14 of the county's comprehensive plan establishes both the RS6 and RM6 as permitted districts within this future land use category. The R6 district is intended to provide areas suitable for low-density, single-family detached residential neighborhoods. It allows for traditional single-family residence at a modern urban density, up to 6 units per acre. It also includes complementary neighborhood uses like parks, schools, and churches. And on the screen below, you'll see a little table showing the development standards minimum for this district. In comparison, the RM6 district is also intended to provide areas suitable for low-density, multiple family residential development, also allowing up to 6 units per acre as a maximum density. This district allows a more diverse residential building type, including townhomes, duplexes, apartments, condominiums, as well as single-family homes. It serves also as a transitional zoning between single-family residential neighborhoods and more intensive commercial or industrial uses. The chart below also shows its development standards, which are actually very similar to RS6. So anytime we do a rezoning, we have to look at Chapter 902.12.3, which provides an analysis and builds in an evaluation criteria by which is to be judged. The first of which is item A, is the rezoning in conflict with any applicable portion of the land development regulations? Staff found that there were no conflicts with the applicable land development regulations for the requested RM6 zoning designation. It is very similar to R6, and it actually will simplify the site plan process by not having to blend open space or look at different setbacks throughout the community. It'll have an entire homogeneous zoning across the property. Item B is consistent with all elements of the comprehensive plan. We evaluated future land use element objective 5, policies 1.4, 1.43, and 5.2, and found that the parcel fronts on an arterial roadway, Oslo Road, is across from public facilities and is adjacent to existing RM6 and commercial zones, so it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Is the rezoning consistent with existing and proposed land uses? Proposed RM6 zoning is consistent with existing L2 future land use designation, and it is consistent with what is surrounding it. Item D is in compliance with the adopted county thoroughfare plan. The property is located on the south side of 9th Street Southwest. It's approximately a half mile west of 7th Road and a third mile east of 20th Avenue. Oslo is designated as a major arterial roadway on our Palm Bay Comprehensive Plan roadway designation map. Item E, would the rezoning generate traffic which would decrease levels of service as adopted? Our traffic inspectors actually looked at all the roadway segments and found that the area of influence would operate at an acceptable level of service under the proposed RM6 zoning. Because it does not increase the density, the amount of trips would be similar to if it would stay RS6. And actually, a multifamily trip generation is slightly less than a single-family trip generation. Item F, would the rezoning be subject to change conditions that warrant an amendment? This is one of the bigger ones to look at. What we determined was, since the property was assigned its original zoning classification, the Oslo Road corridor has experienced increased development activity, including the future I-95 Oslo Road interchange located not too far west from here. And the construction of the county across the street has warranted a change into a more diverse, multiple family zoning district along this corridor, and especially this particular parcel. Item G, would it decrease the levels of service established for sanitary sewer, potable water, solid waste, drainage, and recreation? The applicant will be required to pay connection and customer utility fees. A more detailed concurrency review will be conducted during the development review process, but we did not find it would decrease any of the level of services. And down below, you'll see a comparison. The most intense use under its existing zoning would allow for 141 units. Its most intense under the proposed zoning equal 141 units, as the density is not increasing. Item H, does the rezoning result in the significant adverse impacts on the natural environment? The total 23 acres of the subject parcel is currently undeveloped. Therefore, a more detailed environmental analysis will be required when the site-specific development proposal is determined. Any development is going to disturb the natural environment, so we'll look at environmental studies, tree surveys, and look to see how we can incorporate a best design into this plan. Item I, will it result in the orderly and logical development pattern, specifically identifying any negative effects on such pattern? The property proposed amendment aligns with the comprehensive plan and the surrounding land uses. We do not see that it would disrupt that development pattern. Item J, is the rezoning in conflict with the public interest and is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the land development regulations? Staff found no adverse impacts in regards to public welfare and finds that the request aligns with the purpose and intent of the LDRs. Finally, item K, sort of a catch-all. Any other matters that may be deemed appropriate in review and consideration of the proposed amendment, such as police protection, fire protection, and emergency medical services? Staff found that all concurrency mandated facilities have adequate capacity to accommodate the most intense use under the proposed zoning district. In conclusion, the requested RM6 zoning district is compatible with the surrounding area, is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the county's adopted comprehensive plan. It is consistent with the county's land development regulations. The subject property is deemed suitable for RM6 zoning, and the rezoning is supported by staff. Recommendation, staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend that the Board of County Commissioners approve this request to rezone the subject property from R6 to RM6. If there are any questions this time, I'd be happy to answer them. The applicant's representative is also in attendance. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions of staff? No. At this time, if the applicant had questions of staff, it would be appropriate, but
Good morning, Chairman. Rebecca Grolhall, MBV Engineering. For the record, I was sworn in. I'm here today on behalf of the owner and the applicant, Sage Cottage Land, LLC. I want to thank staff for their assistance and support of this item. The presentation was straightforward, and we have demonstrated that the rezoning is consistent with the land use and the zoning requirements found within the land development regulations. I'm here to answer any questions you might have, to hear from the public if there's any questions or concerns, and to ask for your support. Thank you so much.
thank you. This is the opportunity for the applicant to make a statement. If that is the statement from the applicant, then we will move forward as well. Is there any other presentation from the applicant? If not, commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? County staff?
I did want to add that I did field about a half dozen calls from folks that live within 300 feet of their property. They did receive the mailers. There were general inquiry type questions. Once I went over this request with them, they all seemed pretty satisfied. No one opposed it. We did not receive any letters in the mail. And that was the extent of my public outreach, or received from the public, their outreach. Just wanted to add that to the record.
Thank you. That would segue right into any input from the public at this time. Anyone wishing to have input on this matter? Any further questions by commissioners or county staff of the applicant? Seeing none, county staff, do you have any final presentation?
No, sir.
You're right. By the applicant?
No, sir.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, this is consistent with our comp plan. It's not a hard lift. It is within the current USB. With that, I move staff approval.
Second. That's a motion by Vice Chairman Law, seconded by myself. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Congratulations to the applicant. Next item, we'll move on to Human Resources. Item 13D1 is the group insurance recommendations for the plan of 2025-2026, and there are multiple attachments.
Mr. Chair, I understand our Human Resources Director is having technical difficulties with her PowerPoint, and she's working on that, and she's on her way. Is it a possibility we can move on and come back to that?
At this time, County Administrator, we can defer this. Without the presentation, it would not be appropriate to move this matter further. So then we will continue on and move forward. If that pleases the board?
Yeah, that's fine. Yes.
All right, that item will be deferred until the technical difficulty can be resolved, time permitting. Next matter is, we'll move on to county attorney matters. Again, this is item 14A alpha, which is Children's Service Advisory Committee appointment.
Commissioners, we had a recent resignation of one of your at-large members on the Children's Services Advisory Committee. So we have advertised that member-at-large vacancy that would be fulfilling the rest of the term, which expires in January 2029. So we have, like I said, advertised the vacancy. We've received the names that are listed here in your board item as people who are able and qualified and ready to, are interested applicants. So at this point, I'm really simply asking the board to consider these applicants and appoint one of the applicants if you find there's someone that you want to appoint.
Counselor, I appreciate the research and the provision of all of the resumes and applications, and I hope and trust that my colleagues have all reviewed them. And at this time, I would nominate Eric J. Seymour.
Second.
And we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other nominations? Seeing none, we close nominations. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you, Counselor. Congratulations to Eric Seymour, I think. It's a tall task. He's a rather tall man. We'll now move on to a more subtle matter, item 14B, which is a discussion on the Calcutta Docks, Country Club Point. And we see Counselor approaching. Good morning, Counselor.
Good morning, Commissioner. Susan Prado, Deputy County Attorney, on behalf of the County Attorney's Office. I have brought this matter back up again. I think we were here last time. Y'all recommended that we bring it back at a later date. We found this date, and this item was brought about back in November of last year, where there were some questions and some concerns, just some history on this really quick. Did some research, brought it back to y'all to get some guidance on where you guys would like to go with this. And that's why we're here today, because I need to firm up that, and I need to get a decision from all 5 of the commissioners on what way you all would like to go. The main reason for bringing this, I would like to note in this discussion, is because in the research that I have done, there has been a discovery that there currently exists no public benefit for this, and there has to be a public benefit in order for us to be dealing with our public property. We cannot give public property that would result in a private gain. Under case law from the Florida Supreme Court, even, it mentions that if there is any private gain in something like this, it needs to be very minuscule or pecuniary. The public benefit cannot be minuscule or pecuniary, and in this case, it would seem that that's the case, as there has been private gain necessarily from this. So I'm coming back to the board today to kind of give you the options that we have legally on what we can, or what the county would be able to do. Please bear in mind that any of these options could still result in someone contesting an option, even if we were to leave it as it is today, that being one of the options. I just want to put that out there. So the first option is to, and I'm just going to go through them, that would be to rent the dock slips out at a fair market value. The public benefit there, and this is substantiated under Florida Supreme Court case law, is revenue. Revenue is actually a public benefit. What it does is it actually lessens the tax burden on the other 155,000 residents that are here in this county, because I think there's something like 20 docks and we have 170-something thousand residents. So the second option would be to abandon the right-of-way to an HOA pursuant to Florida Statute Section 336.125. There are requirements for how that HOA is formed, and so that HOA would have to be formed consistent with those requirements of the Florida statute. And if we were to do that, that requires public notice and public hearings, obviously, for abandonment of right-of-way. Option 3 is abandonment of right-of-way to adjacent property owners. This would be homeowners that live on Calcutta Drive. In other words, if we're looking at the plat, it would go basically to the owners that are right just across the street, and it would get dividended. I think there's 9 properties across the street. So it would get dividend that way. That would require public notice and public hearings. Option 4 would be to sell the land at a fair market value or via a bid process pursuant to Florida Statute 125.35. This one we would also need to give notice, and the new owners of it would essentially step into our shoes of the license agreement. So just as if we were to sell any other property, or if we were to purchase any other property, we would step into the shoes of the then lessor. Whoever would take over would step into our shoes as the lessor of the licenses, and that would become an issue between them and the then dock lessees. Similarly with some of the right-of-way abandonments. Option 5 would be to leave the licenses as is and do nothing. As I mentioned, the downfall to that is the potential of the constitutional challenges because of the lack of the public benefit. So all of these have potentials. Someone may be upset and may challenge, but it's my duty to let you all know what the benefits and what the pitfalls of them are. If there's an option you all would like to discuss more, I'm happy to. I just wanted to at least briefly go down what these were for y'all so you can kind of see where you'd like to go.
Thank you. Counsel, you said you researched this as best we can thoroughly. It was rather complicated unraveling of why we're here, and I appreciate all your work there. Can you, for public consumption, can you tell us when this all began as far as the leasing of the property?
Oh, my goodness.
Or how it happened? Because I understand that we did not actually purchase this. Well, the citizens did not actually purchase it, but we have ownership.
That's correct. So this happened when we were turned over the right-of-way, and as the upland owners and the right-of-way, we adjoin the abutting land to it. So that would be the waterway or that canal there, that half of the canal, the part that's on Kolkata Drive. That happened a number of years ago. I know that previously they did hold harmlesses, yes, prior to 1991 or 1997.
1990.
And then after that, in the 90s, early to mid-90s, they started doing a license agreement with the people that then held a dock. And from there, that license agreement kind of, it went on, and it had stayed that way until 2022, when the prior county attorney, Dylan Reingold, brought an item forward to amend and to try to fix some of the issues that we were encountering with the docks. Like any good attorney, trying to see the things and see all the issues that could possibly pop up. Obviously, as we've now installed and instilled some of these agreements, there are still some issues that we're flushing out. And that's where some of the questions and concerns and complaints came to our office and to your office, many of your offices. And so we then tried to fix the issue, do some research, see how we could fix these issues with the complaints from the updated lease that was proposed to this board back in 2022. And that's where we are now, is trying to fix those issues that we have since then, trying to see what we can flush out.
So for some 35 years, some have paid a certain rate for a lease, undetermined lease, and some paid a different rate, or was it all consistent?
No, sir, they were different. So I can tell you some of them paid like $100. I think one of them's not paying anything. The new lease agreement that was agreed to back in 2022 with Mr. Reingold was, I believe there's a $5,000 transfer fee, and I think it was $2,500 per year lease fee. I'm sorry? $2,000 a year lease fee. But that's what transpired then. I can say that those license agreements, and researching them, they technically are leases pursuant to the case law. And while there is no actual date in them that says that they terminate pursuant to case law and Florida statute, if they're renewable or they pay annually, it means that they're able to be terminated. It's an annual lease. And they can be terminated with as little as 3 months' notice. So that's the research and underneath the Florida statute for that. And that's going to be, forgive me, I brought them with me just in case. And that's going to be 83.02 and 83.03.
So again, I bring that up because after 35 years, if some of the leases have been involved since then, they would actually be, it would be safe to assume that they would feel that they own the dock based on the continuance of the lease.
That's correct. In the meetings that I've had with a couple, or the conversations I've had with a couple of the leasees, it has been said to me that they own the dock. I have looked at every single deed from each of their properties, from the original property to the oldest deed that I could find for their property, and none of them portrays or gives anything from that dock. What it does do is it gives, for example, it would say Country Club, plat, phase 1, lot 5. And lot 5 is just, you've got your lot, your square. Nowhere in it does it mention anything about the dock or the riparian rights in them. So none of them were ever deeded from the actual developer or the person that ever even started this to any of the original owners. And the way it works is in property law, you can only give what you have. So you can't give more than what you have. You have 3 apples, you can't promise to give 5 because you don't have 5 apples, you have 3 apples. So that's the way that works.
Is it a safe presumption that, that when this all transpired some 35 years ago, it was that the HOA did not want the accountability and responsibility for that, and that we presumed that in some good faith? Or no?
I will say with the caveat that I was not a practicing lawyer back then, that probably was a safe presumption that the board was making at that time, and I know none of you were here, so I think that if that probably would have been what was thought of at that point in time. Otherwise, how would we have ended up with a road and the maintenance of the roads and everything in there that were previously part of the HOA and were privately roads, private maintained by the HOA? So these are the things that got transferred over to the county.
I think that's a pretty important factor for what we have to discuss today. Because, as you said, you can't give what you don't have. And I need to truly know the nexus of why we're in the position we're in. We visited this thing several times, and there's a solution for repairs, a solution for address to where we are, and where the citizens who have the luxury and privilege of having the dock because of the lease. However, by the same token, there is certain presumptions that may or may not be accurate. So how do we move forward if are we certain that it is in our possession?
That I am certain.
Meaning the citizens.
I'm not sure that the citizens, from the ones I've spoken to, even as late as last week, I don't think that they understand that it is not theirs. Many of them have stated that they have purchased it along with, and they paid extra for their property because the dock came with it. However, it goes back to the concept of you can't give more than what you own. So looking at all of their legal descriptions, you get what's on your legal description, and the legal description says lot 7 of Plat Book 5, page 1 for Kolkata, whether it's phase 1 or phase 2. So that's what that is, and I understand why a lot of them may be upset, and this is, I'd like to just go ahead and say it's nothing flat out, it's not a personal attack, it's nothing of that nature, because I think some of them have felt it may have been, but it most certainly is not. It's purely the fact of the matter is this is what we have, and I have to give advice based on the Florida Constitution and the case law and the statutes to you all, and that's purely what is happening here today, and I want to make sure that I'm offering those options to you all.
And you also stated that the payment, the financial benefit can be perceived as the public benefit for the county and the citizens of Indian River County.
Correct, but under that, it has to be an actual negotiator, like a fair market value. You can't give someone to a less than fair market value something unless they're giving a public benefit. For example, there's case law that a county had leased a baseball area to a Little League team. Well, the purpose of that was they were giving the public benefit of, it was meant for precisely that, for recreational area. So they were giving back and letting the public come in and use that area. Here, there is no public benefit. I've driven by the docks, in fact, actually yesterday, and 3 of them that I could count had signs that said private property, no trespassing. So there definitely is not a public benefit. There's an exclusive use to each individual owner. So therefore, in order to prevent us from giving what would be public to a private, to give a private benefit, it would have to be something that would be fair market value. And that's why the suggestion to move to what it was that Mr. Reingold suggested back in 2022 to be reasonable, as I believe he did some research on that topic and trying to figure out how much the slips would cost.
questions of council?
Mr. Chairman? I think Susan explained it very well, what our options are, and I think this is a kind of a semi-no-win scenario for us, in a way. Yeah, we could continue to stay in it and rent the docks, rent the slips. I think she just discussed it. There has to be a definitive line there of some kind. The big thing for me is there is no public benefit for this. We spend, the county's attorney's office, even when Dylan was here, has spent way too much time on this particular thing. Leases and agreements are all different. There's just so much going on here. You know, I've looked at this again and again, and I think we only have two options, or maybe three, but two of them are abandoning it, or four is sell the slips or sell the area somehow for, you know, what fair market value is, maybe give the people that are there, give them first right of refusal. I don't know. I don't know how those details would work out, but I only see abandoning the property, either the right of way to an HOA or adjacent property owners, or sell the property and get out, because I don't think we as the county need to be running a mini marina for this. These people are quite capable, I think, of managing it themselves and doing what they need to do. I mean, I think we would serve the public well by trying to sell this and make some money from the county, but how much money can we really make on this? I don't know. Would people that have their vessels there be willing to accept whatever price we come up with? I frankly think we need to get out of the mini marina business and move on and let the private citizens work on this. I'll stop there. I want to hear what each of you have to say. I'd like to hear what they have to say, but that's where I'm at, is that we need to get out somehow, whether it's through abandonment or sale. I don't think we need to manage it and try to do this and do that. I think they're more than capable of doing it themselves. The boat owners are I'm a boat owner, and, you know, I can't use that dock there because it's not a public benefit. I can't use it, but I'm a boat owner, and most boat owners spend a lot of time on their boat. They know how to take care of it. They know how to manage it. They know how to manage the dock. They know the courtesies and the decorum of having boat next to you with another dock and all that stuff, and I think they're more than capable of doing it. So I think we need to find a way to turn it over to them somehow, is where I'm at, and I think that's got to be either through abandonment or sale. So I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Chair, I would, again, remind the board that this is only a public discussion. There'll be no vote taken or no policy decision made today. I do think it's important to recognize and realize that we continue to bring up this public benefit through the attorney's office, which we understand that. However, we've been in this business for almost 40 years. And now it all of a sudden is lack of a public benefit. So it's going to take time to look at this, dissect it. I don't think I know that the parcels are not given parcel numbers, separate and distinct parcel numbers. If we were to go to that option, they're not. If you wanted to put these on the tax roll, I understand that. But I think further investigation needs to occur with the previous quasi homeowners association that had it. But the research indicates that it was basically first come, first serve is how they initially acquired these docks. So there's work to be done.
Counselor,
Yes, sir.
Vice Chairman just stated that there were no parcel numbers, so there's no specific address. As we had discussed, and we were moving forward with having specific addresses, so the properties could be addressed as taxable parcels.
They have been given addresses. That's where the numbers that went out, the 1 through 20. So it's Kolkata, and then the Dock 1, Dock 2, Dock. So they do have their addresses. The planning division did go ahead and issue those. So they are there. But it is one big parcel.
One big
This is
parcel,
correct.
so it has not been divided into individual geocoded parcels.
From my understanding, no, sir. They gave it one address and then said Dock 1, Dock 2, Dock 3. They did it what they thought would be the easiest mechanism for identifying and for purposes of getting a building permit.
Is that mechanism possible, as we discussed, or in the past, or?
To have it split out, it is.
Yes.
It is. I don't see why it wouldn't be unless, and I apologize, I'm not the planner assigning the addresses, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe it is from the discussions we had. It's just, they won't be as neat as 1, 2, 3, 4. It may be Calcutta Drive 759 or Calcutta Drive, some random odd number, just so that way they're aware. That was the issue, and that's why they thought this would be the most clean-cut mechanism.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Because there are existing numbers, and they would not be able to squeeze them in.
Yes.
And to have them in successive?
That is the problem, yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I address a comment that Commissioner Lohr said? Can I just quickly address it? Which is that we do not have a concrete proposal in front of you, so in that sense, we aren't making a recommendation to you, but we are seeking a direction from a consensus of the board, because at this point, we cannot move forward. We have people trying to sign up for leases. We're in holding pattern. And so we are seeking direction from the board in a concrete way as far as to try to understand what a majority of you want to do of the options that Susan presented. Thank you.
Well, we do have, again, consistent, we have many leases. Some are closer to term than others. Some are brand new. So there is a time that we would have to honor our lease or break the lease. Such being the case, I don't think, well, I did hear the comment about we're not voting on action today, but we're getting direction today. We have to move somewhere on this. Otherwise, it will be another 35 years before this thing is sorted out. It's just that simple. I think the docks were assigned at a different time, in a different environment. We were far smaller. There was not so many endeavors that had full public benefit, and it was something that was done at the time. It's very difficult, as same way as we're going over our centennial and looking at things that were done 50 years ago. Unless you place yourself into the environment of what was going on 50 years ago, how can you approve or disapprove of what was done? And that's why we have to re-examine. So again, I don't know what was in the minds of 35 years ago. It was probably the most convenient. It was a good solution at the time. It would not be a good solution today, because we can see how much unraveling there is as far as the difficulties in maintenance and ownership and delivery of service. So we are looking for direction today. I think, well, council is, because council has worked on this for months, and it is got to come to a better solution code.
Thank you.
You're good for now.
I have a
Good job.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to, you've made it very clear that revenue is a public benefit.
Yes, ma'am.
That's clear. I know it's a complicated situation, but that's very clear. So we need to either generate revenue or walk away having gained revenue. And that's my position on this. So my question, actually I have two. With regard to the first option that you stated, which is rent at fair market value, are we not charging enough rent right now that it's not a public benefit? Should we be charging a higher amount? Because you did mention it's based on amount, whether or not it's viewed as sufficient.
So, and I can tell you that back, and I was taking this back off of what was changed back in 2022 was the consensus was as new licenses or new lease agreements were entered into, that they would be bumped up to the higher amount because what was being there was not sufficient. $100 does not cover the staff time or the staff, the work that goes into it. So essentially, we're dipping into the general fund, general taxpayer dollars to make up for those hours and for that time to pay for that. So it's not paying for itself. So it, at the very minimum, had to do that. I know that was the discussion that did occur back in 2022. And so in a spirit of keeping with that and with the direction that the board gave then, that was why I moved forward with the suggestion to have the same amounts that was there. I did look around to see what other slips we had in the area. Obviously, I know that there's a difference. I know that there's, I now know, I had no idea, that there's skinny water and some other kind, and I'm sorry, I'm not a boater, some other kind of water, and there's access, some sort of access to either the river or the ocean, and there's not. So that may be a differentiating factor in the price. So I do understand that. So, but in looking around in some of these, I know, obviously, the city of Vero has their marina, and they charge, per foot, whatever it is, and just looking at them as another governmental agency. Not saying that that number is actually what it should be, but just looking at them as another governmental agency and saying, hey, see, this is also something that they clearly have taken into consideration. And when they're looking at this, so we need to kind of figure out where we need to be, and why I went back to suggesting the 2,000 without having to go through and do hire someone and doing an entire analysis of what the actual fair market value could be. But I suppose we could do that too if that's the instruction of the board, if that's the way that they would like to go.
Well, that's what I was wondering, if you thought that the $2,000 was insufficient to be stated as a public benefit, that that's not enough money to charge.
No, ma'am, that's not what I was saying at all. I was just saying the $100 was not sufficient because.
Well, yeah, 100,
Yeah.
well, that was absurd. Yeah.
And may I just kind of
Yeah.
jump in here if you don't mind? I think the problem is we were the past interpretations of the leases were not turning over. These people were felt, or were having, the way it was looked at, it was they kind of had this endless lease with license without a license term, and the idea was that they were going to slowly move people into this new lease agreement, but the problem is we've had very little turnover, and so people who are on the list are frustrated that can never get off the list, and we've got a lot of people still at the $100 or $200 rate, the minimal rate. The research that we did was that we do think we can support a legal interpretation for an annual lease rather than this endless license. We don't think that case law or the statutes support that. When we brought that to you earlier, we were getting a lot of kickback from these dock owners that are on the $100 license forever deals, but I do think you could go in that direction, and just as the leases come up, move to the higher amount. Unfortunately, whatever we do, we may get challenged, because that's what we're hearing from these dock owners, which is some of them, I should say, which is frustrating, but that is an area we could move forward, but we'd have to be more aggressive in this turnover.
Okay. And my second question had to do, again, back to revenue. If we were to sell sell the docks. I know you keep mentioning fair market value. Like any other property, is there something that would prevent us, if we were to sell them, just to sell them, to the highest bidder? That's it.
No, there isn't, and actually that's, sorry, I'm turning to the statute now. That comes under Florida Statute 125.35, and that's where the county is authorized to sell real and personal property and to lease real and personal property. And that's where it comes from, and it flat out says basically that we can do that, and it would be done through a bidding process. The other mechanism, if you look at that under subsection 3, it does say that we, as the county, can create an alternative method, but it still has to be a competitive method, and it still has to be negotiated at a fair market value. It can't be something that's given for a very minimal or a nominal value, if you will. If there's something given to a nominal value, it needs to be, like I said, there has to be a public benefit to it. I know there was another statute that was floating around that was mentioned by, I believe, some of the dock owners, and that particular statute even says in it that there is a public benefit, or it's given for a public purpose. So whatever it is, it either, if it's for nominal value, it has to be a public purpose. If it's for a monetary value, then, we can do that if it's for its private purpose.
So we can sell it at the highest price that we could obtain for it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But again, if I could jump in, I don't think we recommend we just put them all on the auction block, because we acknowledge that people have put money into these, relying on this license agreement. So at the very least, we'd need to give people an annual notice, and then the board would have to kind of take into consideration, I think, sort of the individual financial expenditures towards those block structures. But if that's the way the board wants to go, that's what we're trying to get from the board. We can flesh that out.
Madam
you
Chair,
know,
it just
I think-
brings another interesting point up as far as the discussion on ownership and leasing. When individuals have leased and enhanced the property, generally, when somebody's leasing property, the enhancement is upon the owner of the property. So here, the individuals who lease the property put a little adjustments, put some advancements. So again, while I see it's fair, they improved a rental property. They did that on their own accord for their own indulgence and enjoyment and use. I don't believe we monitored any of this, because just recently we talked about permitting and inspections and setting rates, and that's what was just done earlier this year. But in discussion, when individuals are improving the property, when you lose the option, you leave it as it stands, correct?
Susan, do you want to address that?
I can address that. So the license agreements do address that, and it does say that any improvement that's made does become property of the county at the termination of the license or lease agreement. So that is what that says, the particular document we are working with. As far as the case law and stuff, generally, yes, if there's improvements that are done, it does stay with the owner when you're dealing with landlord-tenant. So yes, generally it does.
I could understand the concern if we're looking at that option, because quite frankly, this can't be turned into a public marina. There's no abundance of parking.
There's no space.
Trailer, lodging, there's no accommodations that you would have in any other dock or ramp area in the county or within the municipal jurisdictions. With that, but therefore it exists. Now, at this point, the risk and the discussion of taking away from an individual that has enhanced the property is, I think the lease actually addresses it, now that you've brought that forward. So if that covers the issue, I don't think that anybody has any argument. I kind of like the idea of allowing all the leases to work and expire for the rest of the year, and then moving forward with putting up all of the docks for public consumption by competitive bidding. I think the public will benefit far more than that, and they can be individually owned. And I think that people would want to maintain the property and bid for the property, and you know, with limitations. But I think we should be out of the rental business.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Certainly.
Can we just take them out and have it be open space? And nobody leases anything and there's no docks there to argue about?
We could, as long as we give them the 3 months notice to terminate, and we can technically go in because it is our property and we could just remove them and have nothing there. Yes, that is another option. I apologize. I missed that option. Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, I'm in favor of either that option or auctioning them to the highest bidder. This is a 5-year conversation that keeps spinning around, and there's absolutely no way to make everybody happy on this situation, so I'd rather us not be in the situation. Those are my 2 votes.
I just want to note really quickly that if it was to be auctioned, if it was to be sold today or tomorrow, I'm just going to put a random date out there, that then it would be the new owner would step into our shoes and they would then be the landlord for all intents and purposes, and then they would have to deal with the lease. Or we would wait and we could give them all the 3 months notice, terminate them all, and then auction them all off. I mean, I suppose whoever won the auction would be the landlord of all of them because it's one giant parcel.
Which I have no preference on that.
Okay.
I just either remove all the docks and we don't have a dock situation, or let whoever wants them purchase them and be done with it.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
I want to give a chance.
I would,
See a few people that we've spoken.
again, I think we've proven what I said when I started this conversation, is that, yes, we're spending way too much time, staff is spending way too much time on this. We don't need to be in the marina business at all. Yeah, I guess that could be a scenario, what Commissioner Adams stated. That, you know, either that or we abandon or we sell it. I think those are the only options we have. We don't need to be doing this. And people have an investment in there and all that stuff's to figure. Leases are different. That proves my point. We need to get out of this. We need to find a way to turn it over to them or sell it or move everybody out. One or the other.
Taking everything into consideration, and I don't agree, let's just tear it down and
I don't either, but
It's just an option.
leave it
I'm
as
throwing out there.
leave it as a
Looking for
nice
solutions.
piece of vacant land that we will eventually auction off anyway.
We need the right
Or
of way
give
for the
away.
road.
And I think then we eradicate all elements of public benefit. I don't know if that is the best solution code. I do favor us looking at if we have everything right assigned with clear legal addresses to be able to allow all of the leases to expire to term, and at that point, giving the opportunity. I did hear another commissioner mention, well, they should have the first right of refusal or I think you mentioned that too. I believe that is taken into consideration if we were to offer it for auction, that if we could place or bid, we could place those elements into a real property scenario so that it can be done, but giving the benefit to those who exist. I don't want to take away from anyone who has invested, as you said, but that any enhancement was at the peril of loss if they were to lose the dock or get rid of their boat and they no longer need a dock. Well, they made all these improvements and put some electrical lines in and whatever, and a hose bib and redecked it. Well, that's all good and fine, but when you leave the place, you leave it the way you left it and not anything else. So there's going to be a difference in prices and bidding, but that's the one I favor because it is a very, it is a beneficial resource, and to take it away, I don't know. But with that, I would like to hear from some of those in attendance, the public, who have taken the time, whether they be the dock leases or they are here because they want to have input. I think we should hear from the public at this point.
Thank you, Commissioners. And when we do have another minute, I just want to note that I did do the research on option contracts and rights of first refusal. And in this case, there was not one in place. So if that's something the board is asking to do, that would be something that would be doing gratuitously, is to give them, that person, a right of first refusal because they did not qualify for that nor have that under here. So that would be something that would be graciously given. I just want that for the record before there's an assumption that it's automatic.
So, okay, so right of first refusal would exist. We do have a challenge, correct?
But you do have, I'm sorry?
Right of first refusal could exist.
Yes, if you choose to offer, yes, sir. That's all I was trying to say.
But it doesn't exist now.
No, ma'am, they do not have an option, a contract, or a right of first refusal for purchase. There is no such contract as in existence.
And there's been no public benefit for decades, so they've already had a private benefit from public property for decades.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Before we go back to council, is there anyone that wishes to have input in this matter?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of Commissioners. Barry Siegel. I'm here specifically been retained with Lillian Elias, Jennifer Davison, Joel Rosemel, but they're owners in the property, dock owners right now, or dock users right now in the property. But there's a number of members here that will speak. But what I say, I believe, is going to be pretty much a consensus of those that have the interest in the docks as we speak. And the short version of what I'm about to say is that Commissioner Ehrman is 100% correct. Let me explain to you how I think we get to that point. This is a very unprecedented situation. As lawyers, we love to steal from things that have happened in the past. We steal documents. We look at cases and gives us answers. I do not have that here. This is a very unique situation, the way this is created. I don't know that there's precedent for this anywhere, certainly in the state of Florida, for what is going on here. This property originally could just have easily been golf course. What is now Country Club Point with roads, houses, and most importantly canals was a field. It was no different than the 10th fairway across the canal from it. It was dug out by the developer who then platted this subdivision into several different sections, this being plat number 1 in Country Club Point. In doing so, of course, established lots, established right-of-way, and established canals. Given that this was done in 1957, we do things a lot differently now with our platting. There is no specific dedication to the county of the road, but there is some dedication language, and it's pretty funny, Mr. Prado and I go back and forth trying to even just be able to read the plat. It's almost impossible to read all of the plat at this point. But what we're seeing on there is, at best, the roadway was dedicated to the county, or the county, by virtue of its management, has taken over the roadway. I don't think there's any issue as to that, as to the roadway. But we're not talking about the roadway here today. What we're talking about is the area between the roadway and the canal. And the canal is platted out on the plat very specifically, and then one half of it, or almost one half of it, to this plat, and then to the adjoining plat has the remainder of the canal. That is what we are talking about today, is who has the rights there, whether it's a riparian right, whether it's an ownership right to that property. When you talk about selling that, or leasing that, or licensing that, you're not going to be able to come to me and tell me how you own it to sell it in the first place, or how you're going to be able to go to the public or go out to anyone and say, we're selling this to you by virtue of an auction, which is, again, the first reason why Commissioner Ehrman is 100% right, is that what the county needs to do is get out of this business and abandon any right that's there. Now the county is not sitting here providing some kind of warranty of title or even some kind of appearance of ownership of that property that the county does not own. You can abandon it to, for example, an association, and the owners in the community now are willing to, and we've already started that process to create either a dock owner association. There's never been a homeowner association, as long as I know, in the 50-odd years that Country Club Point has been there. The county graciously jumped into the situation, much like a parent, and said, we've got this canal here, we have questionable riparian rights, we have homeowners a block over that need access to the dock, and what the county did at the time, because no one else was in that central position of authority to delve out how these canals would be used, and more specifically, how these docks would be established amongst the homeowners. The county did an excellent job for a number of decades doing this because there was no one else to do it. Well, like a parent with their children, these children have grown up, and now we have a situation where we can understand it's been developed out. We have 20 docks in there. The county has not spent a penny developing any of these docks. If the county even owns that property, they own grass. This stuff, all the improvements have been done by the homeowner, by the dock users. And I respect what you're saying about the lease. This isn't a tea hanger that the county's leasing and someone puts in shelves and cabinets. These are parts and parcel of these people's homes. This is part of their property. And if you want to talk about the public benefit that comes from these, go price one of these houses on the market with a dock, and then go price it on the open market without a dock. And you tell me which one is going to sell for more. And then when your property appraiser comes to establish the annual tax assessment on these properties based on with the dock access, without a dock access, you tell me how much more money the county has made in 50 years that these properties have been benefited from the docks. That is where the revenue source is here. This is not a revenue center for Indian River County. This is, I understand that the county has been putting labor and man hours into it and does need to recover that in the form of some kind of license fee if the county were to stay in this business. To enter into a rental for fair market value and make this a revenue center is unjust, especially given that the county lucked into this property at best. That they're not, the county didn't buy this property, the county was in the right place at the right time at the best possible scenario. Does it make sense to turn this into a revenue center and basically extra tax your citizens that own the property there, that are paying an increased property value based tax assessment anyway? And so the reason I'm here, besides to tell you that Chairman Ehrman is correct, is to let you know that the property owners in there are willing to do a number of different things to accommodate the various avenues that Mrs. Prado has identified. I think the best answer is to abandon that area to an association who will then take over the role of what the county has been doing. Get the county out of this business. You don't need to be in it. You've got enough things. You're right. 50 years ago, it was a much smaller county. We had time. You don't have that man hour. You don't have the need to spend labor and time on that. Abandon this to an association. An association can pay for it, but bear in mind, what is the fair market value to these docks? First and foremost, most most boaters will tell you, it's mediocre dock access, mediocre water access at best. It's shallow, it's subject to great tidal influence. You've got to go underneath the canal bridge at Indian River Boulevard. It's not the world's best canal. It is not the same as being on the other side of the Intracoastal Waterway. There are no places to park a trailer. There are no public areas for anyone to go to the bathroom. You can't even park your car to take the cooler out to load up your boat to go boating. It only works if you live on this street, can take and use your boating access from your properties. And so this is, for lack of a better word, really something that is available to these homeowners and these homeowners only. And so we ask that you somewhat maintain the status quo in that let them continue on as they've done. They've bought properties in reliance on what the county has provided and proposed for all these many decades. I think the county's been very gracious. I think the county has done a good job. I think the county is done. And so we will provide a means to transfer this property or abandon this property and this dock situation over to the homeowners. And I think you're gonna hear from a number of them. And bear in mind, these are our citizens. These aren't just normal tenants. These are people and these are their homes, and this has been very valuable to them, and I think you'll gather that from them. And I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just briefly.
Council.
Yeah, my name is Bruce Barquette, and I'm not here as an attorney, but as a neighbor. I agree with everything that Barry just said, and I just want to offer my services. I'm happy to cooperate with Barry to form a dock owners association to take over this responsibility. I've done it before, and I'm happy to do it again. And anyway, just letting you know that I'd like to help do that.
Again, Counselor, do you offer again?
I offer to help. I've prepared dock owner association documents before and created associations, and as a neighbor, I think Barry offered the best solution, and I'm happy to help create that dock owners association and work out details with the county, because I think that is the best solution for this situation. You have a unique situation. You can't turn this into a public marina no matter how hard you try, and if you do, you're gonna have more of a headache than you think. When people try to park their cars on these streets and leave their cars there while they load up boats, that's never gonna work. But turning it over to a dock owners association comprised of these homeowners makes a lot of sense, and I'm happy to help do that. I think that I want to support what Barry said and offer my services to help. That's it.
Thank you, Counsel.
Can I use this mic or go to the next?
Good morning, sir. It's your choice.
Okay.
They're your microphones.
Thanks for seeing us today. I'm here with the president of our association, which is the Riverboat Club, and we live on 95th Street in Sebastian.
And your name?
My name is Charles King. I'm a resident there.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to address a couple things in particular to what this gentleman said about increased property values and how the county has benefited in the past on the sale prices of our homes in our community. And to say that the county hasn't really benefited from the dock situation, I would take exception to that, because our property values pay the county so we can have a place for our boats. My wife was a secretary and handled the finances for Riverboat Club, and we were in negotiations and trying to get the county to let us pay what was agreed upon. We wanted to be on the record to say that we have tried to pay the county under the lease agreement, and we have not had that check cashed. We wanted to make sure that we are in compliance with the existing agreement in place. We have a unique situation. We already have 20 homes in our homeowners association, and we pretty much handle the internal affairs of our dock maintenance. As a community, our homeowners association in the covenants gives
access to everyone that has a property in our development, access to the public dock. There are people who do not own or do not convey ownership of the particular dock, but it's open to our complete street as a benefit under the covenants of our homeowners association. It's important for us as homeowners to maintain our relationship with the county under the agreement that is here. We certainly accept the county's attempt to remain in compliance with state statutes. We just want to make sure that our voice is heard. We have an HOA. We already have a board that oversees the use of that dock area. There is no parking along that street for anything, for anyone who would open that up to a public bid, because it can't be sold because there would be a traffic problem. And I wanted to voice that opinion, and everybody that has, and all of our stakeholders in the entire community has access to our dockage and the common area that's enjoyed by all of our residents. We do try to maintain security there. We are carrying $1 million of insurance every year to hold harmless the county. We just would want to aid you in making a decision based on our particular situation. It might be completely different than other stakeholders in the community or in the county. Ours is fairly unique. It's important for us to help you resolve your issue, and we are open to anything that you might offer for resolution. But it's important for you folks to know that if you were to try to do a fair market assessment and to sell the property, there is no way that it could be conveyed to any other person other than our homeowners association, because there is zero parking for anything to be opened up and bought by another entity other than the homeowners. So anyway, I appreciate your consideration. We have a very unique situation that might be completely different from another community, but we still have the same roadblock in helping you resolve the issue to become compliant with the state's mandates. We would love to get this resolved, but our situation might be different, and we are very unique. And I think it's going to take some time, if you wanted to do any fair market assessment or anything like that, to hear what is important to us as a HOA and how it would affect our quality of life if you were to open it up to the public to buy that property. That's our major concern. We want to help you, but we have issues. Thank you very much.
Sir, we appreciate your input, and then for the public, that you're representing a whole different scenario, and it may or may not be applicable to the Kolkata docks. Appreciate it. It sounds like you're running a tight ship, forgive the expression, but that's also more likely why we were in this situation for the past 35 years, because there wasn't an element like yourself that was willing to go forward, and the decision makers at the time went in a different direction. That's what we'll hopefully begin the process of resolving today. Thank you for your input. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Bob Webster, again, Riverboat Club on 95th Street. As Chuck said, yeah, we have 20 houses in our neighborhood. 9 homes are not on the canal, and they all have been assigned by our developer a space over there. And their homes, four-bedroom homes, are selling for $800,000. I think maybe one for 870. And the reason they're selling for that is because they have a slip down the street. I would venture to say those houses would be worth 500,000. So I agree with the attorney that the county is gaining some income from that. Another thing, we have one lease for our whole community. And what we've been doing every 5 years, we've been coming into the county and getting a new rate for our lease. So we've been updating that as per our agreement with the county. As far as maintenance costs and all that, we do all that as homeowners. You're not having to send any of your road and bridges or construction people over here to do anything. I just want to say for the last 25 years, we've done everything we were supposed to do per our lease agreement. And I just wanted you to take that all in consideration. And that's why we bought there, because of the dock space. And then to just take it away from us really doesn't seem fair. And I hope you take that in consideration.
Thank you for your input. Once again, your location is not in play today, or even anybody discussed it. It is quite refreshing to hear that you have such an organization that, again, is a tight ship, apparently, because it's working.
Right.
But
So
thank you for your input.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair. I believe I understand why Riverboat Club, I myself have been in contact with the Riverboat Club president of their association. I did not know they were in existence until literally right before I contacted the Riverboat Club Association president, and realized that they are similar and have the same exact lease language as the Kolkata docks. So I did reach out to them and say that they would need to be, in order to be in compliance, that I would be coming to you at a future date to seek whatever it is direction you give, basically similar to this, is probably what's going to happen to them, because it is the same language and it is the same or very similar issues. While I do understand that it's one association versus different people, it essentially runs with the same terms. The only difference is they go up, I think, slightly each year, maybe around, I think the last increase was $17. They have come in and asked to pay the dock license. I asked them to kindly hold off until I receive instruction from y'all, because I don't want them to waste their money or throw something down the drain. So I have spoken to the president, and I have spoken to another member who came in last week. So this is not my first hearing from them, and I asked them to start discussing amongst themselves about the possible outcomes of today's hearing so they can prepare themselves for whatever should come next. But yes, so that is, I have been in communication with them, contrary to what was indicated today.
And we're first hearing this now. I don't know, has anybody heard this before? About the correlation between this other association?
First for me.
No, sir. And I apologize.
I can see why they're here today.
Yes, and
Yeah, you've just made it crystal clear.
Yes, sir. I did not want to have the board to have to deal with both of them or two different associations at the same time. I was attempting to make it smoother, but it appears that they have decided to speak, and that's fine. It's just however you all want to deal. But I wanted to at least let you know that that is why. They are the same leases.
You placed their agreement, and was the lease about the same time?
Yes, sir. And it's the same exact
Ironically.
language.
And could it be argued that since it's assigned to an HOA governance, that this would be a broader scale into a public benefit, more so than individuals?
I don't believe so, sir, because in the case law I read, even for example, on other items, when they were giving the county or the city in those cases were paving, in those cases, private roads, that's still a private benefit because it only benefits those private citizens. It's not open to the general public. Therefore, it's not a public benefit.
So today's direction and decision will directly affect them, depending upon the treatment process.
Possibly, sir. I believe that they're factually different, however, and the way that they have an HOA and these other ones are individually.
And although abandonment has been suggested, if we were to do that, would that affect their relationship?
No, sir, because I would be bringing their item back for consideration for their specific item because they are one association versus this particular Kolkata dock because they are two different items. I didn't want to mix both items and bring them here today as they both have factual distinctions that I think make them different in certain instances.
So there's more than a reasonable likelihood that they'll be back here in this room as we are today.
Yes, sir. However, I believe, and as I have relayed to the president, that theirs may be in fact easier because they have the association, because it takes away an extra step that the people at Calcutta wouldn't, have to do. They have to form an association, as has been suggested by council.
By the flavor of my questions, you could, it is guaranteed that this is the first we're hearing of this.
Yes, sir.
When did you learn about this? You said that it was through contact? How?
Probably a month ago, or 2 months ago, maybe.
I have a question.
I thought there was one and one only. And, I mean, did anybody else have any other understanding?
I have a question.
I'm not seeing anybody go like this.
Yes, ma'am.
I was told this was one and one only. And I just want that clear. And again, sir, and I appreciated that.
Sure.
You came up to discuss it.
I can tell you how we got involved. I actually came in after our April board meeting and wanted to see if it was time for us to renew our lease, which is supposed to be every 5 years. And I went up to, I was brought to the attorney's office up there, and I met with a woman, I don't have her name right now, and she said, okay, I have to get back to you with what your new lease is gonna be for the next 5 years. And I said, okay. So I didn't hear anything. I went away for a few weeks. When I came back, I contacted her, and that's when I was told by the attorney to reach out to her because things were going on here as far as the county even wanting to renew the leases. So that's how we got involved with this, because I went in to just renew our lease and was told, wait, you can't do it right now. We're trying to figure out what's happening. Does that help or hurt? Answer your question.
Well, and please forgive me, because prior to this meeting, I was walking in, we met, and I thought that was very valiant of you to come in to support whatever decision is being made. We had a very brief contact, and I thought that was admirable, even during this meeting. I still thought it was admirable. Now, I think we all realize that you're in the arena.
Right.
It is your game.
But I will say, I do appreciate.
Maybe not today, but real soon.
I do appreciate the attorneys letting us know that, hey, it's important for you to be involved with this because it's affecting your community. So I appreciate that. I didn't plan on coming up. I thought we were just going to sit and listen. I didn't even know if there was going to be public comments. I'm not used to doing this. But we do appreciate that we were given, like, hey, show up to see what might happen with your community.
I'm sure glad you did, sir. I'll be clear, because we did not have this information.
Right.
And if you had not spoken, which would have triggered about the explanation,
Right.
I don't think any of us would have known that this situation, Commissioner Morse, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Commissioner Adams?
I have a question.
No, but no, as far as, were you aware of the other
Was I aware?
lease,
Like of our
leasing
community
understanding?
I was
existing
not
with
aware
the
of this community.
And I was not, Joe?
I wasn't aware, but I don't really see how this applies right now because they have an HOA.
Well, and quite frankly,
Does
I'm
that
not
apply?
surprised, there's
I
probably
wasn't
other ones
aware.
out there. There's probably other ones, I mean, if they're only getting a lease every 5 years, everybody that's here has not been here 5 years, and these things were all apparently very like cloak and dagger, hush hush, whatever. I mean, they're all strange and specific to themselves. So it's not surprising to me that there's another one. Do I feel like this is different than the other? I mean, technically, it's the same concept, but the situation and the setup is completely different. So I can see how perhaps there would be different ways of dealing with those in the future. But I have a question, and there's an HOA that seems to apply the rules and the access to the entirety of the community equally. I think some of the concerns that I've heard from other residents in the Kolkata Docks area is that if there's this HOA that's created, which has been floated around, that it's very exclusive, and then everybody else in the community never gets an opportunity. Like right now, there's a wait list. Like people might not be rolling off the wait list, but there's some hope in the future. The HOA and that access, the way it's been presented to some members of the community, they feel like they will absolutely never have an opportunity to even put a slip in, where it sounds like in this community that's not the case. But my specific question, and so those are my concerns with, just disposing at will to an HOA that's basically brand new with no kind of real clear-cut way of figuring out how they're going to fund anything, be fair or whatnot. I just feel like in that situation, it's easier to auction and let it be. In this situation, maybe it's easier and more beneficial to abandon it to the HOA who has a demonstrated history. But my specific question is, we've heard a lot in both cases about you can't just auction it off to the public because there's no parking and there's no access. But I've been involved in property auctions where you basically clearly say that in the purchase documents or the description, or you can put in parameters of a minimum bid. You can put all these things in. So if we were to auction it, could we not state in that auction material or disposal documentation that there is no access, there is no parking, and you would be buying it at your own danger, or that's not the right word, but I can't think of my words this morning, so.
Yes.
Peril, thank you, your own peril. Thank you. You finished your coffee, I haven't finished mine.
Yes, there's no guarantee they will actually read it, but yes.
So, if somebody from the public came and purchased it and then couldn't park there, I mean, that's on them, not on us.
Yeah,
I'm just
last
saying,
thing was-
I think we're down this huge rabbit hole with no solution, and I would like to get to a point where we have a solution to move forward before.
Commissioner's suggestion received, but they have an HOA that is willing, able, and run like a business. And are we to compare, let's remind how we began. As we started the meeting, I said, how did we get here? And it was some 35 years ago, an HOA that didn't want any obligation to it, is what I'm made to understand. So they did not have everything that these gentlemen are saying. So what in a perfect world if they did have that? If they did have an operationally sound HOA that will gain governance, and then they can operate the parcel and property with the same understanding. And I realize there are some folks that have maybe more than one dock, and there are a list of people who want docks. Maybe they could manage that, and maybe we will not be in the dock owning business, and we could do the same thing that these gentlemen are doing. And obviously, if we're just hearing about it, then that means that this thing has existed seamlessly. And we have heard about the Calcutta docks for many years in different ways, in different environments, with different solutions, with different suggestions that, again, you know, we ought to do this, we ought to do that. And as you stated, the previous county attorney was addressing it in different ways. And we need to put this to rest. And in order to put it to rest, maybe if there was the same agreement that could be made with the existing HOA, maybe we could be out of the business and everybody could be happy and they can have their docks and we can still have the same inspection ability that we've established and we can still have the same permitting and understanding and make sure that they're safe and secure per our code, and people can have a happy little place for their boat, as they've had for so many years.
If I may, Mr. Chair, the reason, I mean, yes, it's fabulous that they can run it smoothly, but that's not the reason why it came to the attention. The problem is the lease agreement, the language is exactly the same as that as Calcutta. It's just the only distinction is there's multiple for Calcutta and there's one for this. And the problem is the lease itself. Again, there is no public benefit. So that is the problem coming up. There's, you know, I'm looking at constitutional issues. I'm looking at those issues, and that's what I'm trying to resolve. And so that's the reason why I had called the president, was to let him know, hey, here's these issues. I would like us to be able to work them out. No, the president, I would like for us, the county, to be able to work them out. And so that way, this is why I'm coming forward and bringing this one item to your attention, so that then once that's done, we can deal with the next. I apologize. I was not thinking that you would want to deal with all of the items because they are different in their own way and that they have their HOA. It may be easier, as I stated, to deal with them than it would be to deal with Calcutta. So I do apologize for that, but yes, they are the same. So just to give Calcutta the same lease that they have wouldn't fix it because they already have the same lease. The lease is the problem. There is no public benefit. The argument that I keep hearing that paying taxes is the public benefit, I don't see any case law on that. The case law that I do see is leasing out property to people for less than a fair market value or selling things to people for less than a fair market value gives basically a private favor, and it's not a public benefit.
Mr. Chairman? Wow. Okay.
I appreciate the other gentleman being here about this. It's good to know that there's another one out there and that it seems to work fine. But we need to concentrate on what we have at hand and come up with a path for you all to investigate as to what we need to do that works better for this. My question to you, and I think Mr. Siegel touched on it, is what do we have to sell? Do we really have something there to sell? And Barry, I would maybe ask you to reiterate what you said so I can hear what Ms. Prado has to say after what you have to say. Do we have anything truly to sell?
I believe so, and as I've stated, I have looked at the deed of every single one of the people that have a dock in Calcutta, and not one of them mentions the actual land, the actual grass underneath. That is what the lease or the licensee is, the licensee or the lease is over. So yes, we would have something to sell.
And what would that be? The riparian rights?
The grass or the riparian rights under it. I know I discussed this briefly with Mr. Siegel yesterday, and it was perhaps even if it's not the dock itself, technically the dock does come back to us under landlord license, whatever law, but even if we were to sell it based off the market value of just the grass itself, I don't know what that is. That's what it would be sold as. We would need to find out whatever that fair market value is, but that's what we have.
Mr. Chair.
Would that apply to the easement and roadway access in the front?
So there would be two options. You could abandon the entire roadway and abandon everything, or we can attempt a partial abandonment for just that, because yes, we do take care of the roadway that is there.
Right now, is that a local access street,
It's a public road, sir. Yes.
public road?
Yes, sir.
Miss,
Road.
Sorry.
All right, that's,
may I say something, and it may be pertinent? I actually think that this cleanest solution is to simply abandon it. Apparently now there's some question as to whether we have anything to convey, but that way we're not getting into any of these private property fights.
I agree with you. I just,
I mean, that way, apparently we give you what you want, which is we just walk away because, and that we're not selling something that someone contends they put individual money into, and we don't have to get into whether there's any interests of adjacent owners or the original subdivider. I think just abandoning it is just cleanest, even though, you know, and I'm curious what you think about that, Mr. Siegel, too.
Probably the simplest thing I could say, it's probably the most lawyerly thing I can say is when you hear someone say the right answer, shut up. I'm not going to do any better than that. I agree with your county attorney.
I just want to point out that if we do abandon, though, the dock association that I've heard of is just of the dock owners. That will not work pursuant to Florida Statute 336.125. We can abandon to a homeowners association, and there is a list of rules on how that homeowners association is to be found and produced. So I just want to make that clear.
Who would we be abandoning to on Kolkata? I mean, to each individual property owner? And then what happens to the wait list, and what happens to all this other stuff? It's just, I don't know. Can we take a break? I'm like,
yes.
If I could add something.
this is just getting riveting.
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
that I think that those are the answers that, once we have some guidance, that this is a
But we
feasible.
can't give guidance.
Well,
I mean, that's like every guidance we've tried to give, we've given
I
7
keep
different guidances, and it's like getting
speed
picked
bumps
apart,
into-
like.
To get into onto the
This-
road.
This isn't as
With
much
the
ping
watermelon.
pong. I don't think it is ping pong. I think this is chess. We're down to the last few plays, pieces, moves, and now I think that we have an idea what the direction is. I think we can definitely solve the rest of those pieces.
not-
and those
But now,
moves.
but now it comes into play concern about these two gentlemen too. Yeah. So, you know, that was the game changer. I think I'm gonna take the request of taking a brief recess so that everybody can go have a comfort break and then we can resume this, okay? That's what we're gonna do.
Thank you.
Situation. We have dock number 5. We appreciate all the time that's gone into your efforts into this. We know, you know, I can't even imagine, believe it or not, our dock, I believe, is the one that started all this because it was the newest dock built. There wasn't a dock that I'm aware of that when we purchased our home. But our lease went back 30-something years. Jeff Asher, who was my principal here at the high school in 2001, was the one that I understand to originally have had our lease and paid for a lease that there was no dock on for, you know, the entirety of his home that he lived at our home. And then the next homeowner purchased the dock lease, with that understanding and kept that in good standing until the homeowner I purchased it from, TP Kennedy, built the dock. And I understand that seemed to have upset some of the people on this waiting list that felt that my dock was the one that pushed ahead of everyone else, when in fact it didn't. The lease was in good standing for 25 or 30 years with zero dock. There was never anything there, to my understanding. And for that, I'm sorry that this created as much of this problem, because obviously it went on for 35 years and there was never a problem. So I just wanted to kind of clear the air on what we believe started this whole process. And it was not our intention. We bought a home with the understanding that the dock was assigned to the home, that we could purchase that lease and continue that lease. And we've improved it from that point that we've, you know, purchased the home and kept it in good standing. So I just kind of want to clear the air on that, and that we've been more than willing to help with whatever direction you guys want to go to make a permanent solution. with this.
Sir, your understanding is that you leased earth, not a dock?
Yes, sir. Yeah, but we purchased the home, the dock was there. But what I was going with that is my home seemed to be the catalyst that started this entire process in 2021. And for that, I had nothing to do with it, didn't know.
Not when it started.
That's what I understand afterwards. I understand the dirty looks and understand why people look at my dock differently, because I was the black sheep of it. So for that part of it,
What? Right. You built the dock with permits?
yes, sir.
On
Everything was,
leased property?
yes, sir. And then we improved from there. Permitted, of course.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
All right. Oh, now we're going to take that brief recess. Good afternoon, and the meeting will now be called back to order. Well, it's not quite there yet, but I'm sure we're going to get there. With that, we were having the discussion before the recess, and it has taken so many turns, and I still have additional questions as well. And if anybody else from the public has additional questions or input, as we learned that input has changed the composition of this discussion, we would encourage that. And there are 2 podiums. But councilors, please.
Thank you. Commissioners, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Charlotte Byerly. I am a resident of Country Club Point. I'm at 3033 Golfview Drive. I do not have a dock, or I'm not one of the dock lease owners. And I purchased my home. My husband and I purchased our home in 2019, knowing it didn't come with a dock. And we were okay with that because this is where we wanted to live. If it's worth any importance to you, my opinion is the waiting list was a courtesy. And we knew going into this that there was likely a very good chance we wouldn't obtain a dock lease, and we were fine with that. So as a solution, I know it's been suggested here, it is my opinion to abandon, let the dock lessees start the dock association, because there may be an opportunity for us who are still interested in having a dock or leasing a dock could enter into that dock association if one comes up. So it might solve both issues of those on the waiting list that have concerns, and it also may solve the issue of the current owner, lease owners at this time. That's my opinion. I just want to give you the perspective of someone that doesn't have a dock, but loves the neighborhood and wants everyone to be happy in this neighborhood, because that's really where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byerly. You know, many years back, I was talking about what it is to be up on the dais and what it is to have the research and the intent and the decision-making process to begin to envelop. And one interesting thing came out. You never know. You can't be committed into a hard decision without knowing all the facts. And sometimes during a meeting, new and unusual information will come into play. Maybe I'm going back to my previous career. You never know what the evidence is going to roll out. Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, gentlemen. When that happens, I believe we have a different approach to be considered, and I believe that we have different information to be digested and evaluated at this point. Again, I briefly spoke with Counselor as well, and we're looking at the input that was suggested, where now somebody who came in concerned might be in the arena, as we say, of consideration based upon the decision today. And looking at the lawfulness, the legality of abandonment as opposed to assignment back, we have to realize that we were more or less, for lack of a better term, gifted this property, foisted this property, and a decision was made to operate it. And an informal list was made if somebody wanted to be part of the process. A lot of things happened in a casual sense in different times. And now, learning that there are others, and now they might be considered, or they might be in question, the constitutionality, the legality of us operating in a certain path has now been changed. So if that's the case, I'd like to call Counselor up once again. As council was looking for direction and many suggestions were made, I'd like to ask the counselor a couple of questions, if it pleases the board. When we earlier discussed this throughout the past several conversations, some of the information was not known. Now it has been apparent, or made apparent. If that's the case, if we were to abandon the property, could we re-gift it back to an organization collectively, the same way as the other? We've identified one has self-identified. Now, is there more? Is there others that we need to be concerned about? And if so, could we research that before directing a decision or pathway to take this?
Give me 1 second.
Because, again, we discussed, you said that we had talked about the land itself, and now we're talking about riparian rights, and now we're talking about, the last gentleman spoke, said, you know, he built the dock. Again, it conformed to the practices at the time, and it's a new dock, and he's made an investment. There are others that have made some maintenance investments. There are some that have not. Again, that's generally the obligation of the landowner and not of the person leasing the property. So this has all sorts of avenues to travel. So my question is, could we look at the possibility of a mirror to that process if we had an organization, an HOA, that would operate this, and then everybody is held safe in their own domain?
So as far as an HOA and this being gifted back to an HOA, I'm not sure as far as land, but I can tell you that there is an AGO opinion from 2004 that says donations, regardless of the source, received by the county and deposited into the county general revenue account are considered to be county funds, the expenditure of which must serve a public purpose. I'm not sure if it would read the same for land, so I can look and see if there is anything that's in that same vein. But to my knowledge, I don't know, because I have not looked at that. That is why the abandonment, because a gift idea was never brought to my attention. The abandonment seemed to be the cleanest way because it, in effect, does the same exact thing as gifting it back to them, because abandoning it, it doesn't charge them anything. The right-of-way is effectively abandoned back to whoever it was, which we are able to do. But if that is the direction, I will take that direction and do the research.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, that decision would have to be made after the valuable research that you believe is necessary to make that decision. And this thing has gone on for some 35 years. Past 4 years, it's had some magnifying glass on it. And for a variety of reasons, there are still some unanswered questions. And in order for us to get to a solution code to this dilemma, I think we would need to know that. I want to know how my colleagues feel on that, because it's not just saying, all right, let's put this off for another 4 weeks. But I believe that if we do that research and that comes to an admirable solution, and folks can still have their vessels, is that the right term there, Joe? He's the boat owner. Their vessels placed at these dock facilities, and we can still ensure that they are well and public safety, that might be a possible solution. Thoughts?
But then you're forfeiting the revenue that could be generated by a sale. You know, if we were to sell them at the highest price. I mean, I thought we're trying to make up for decades of no public benefit. There's been no public benefit, which has been defined as revenue for decades. So we're trying to right the ship and have revenue that would be a public benefit. That's for everyone, okay? I mean, look, nobody built the Panama Canal over there. It was almost a 99-year lease for some of them. But, you know, there wasn't that kind of investment. For me, no. In fact, I'll make a motion right now. Sell the docks at the highest price.
This is a discussion.
Yeah, we're having a discussion. We're not,
Can't make a motion during a discussion?
we're not directing,
Well, we need something, we need consensus. All right, then I don't agree with abandonment for any reason, because abandonment is forfeiting revenue, and we are trying to right the ship, if you will. We're talking about docks. We're trying to make amends for being remiss for decades in not, evidently, in not having a public benefit. And revenue is a public benefit. So no, I'm not in favor of abandonment.
Commissioner Adams,
Mr. Chairman.
you want me to go to?
I don't know what the question is.
Commissioner Moss, I would completely agree with you. That would be the ultimate thing to do, and would be to sell it, make lots of money, and the county have revenue on it. But if you haven't witnessed what we've been talking about here for the last hour and a half, the conundrum that we can create here by doing all this, we're gaining money by our county attorney's office not having to spend time on this, by us alleviating this of our time discussion, and a million other things that I could go on and on. So as much as I would love to sell it for $1 million, I think we're just asking for more headache, heartache, and heartbreak for this. I think the county attorneys recommended it. The counsel for the homeowners out there, Mr. Siegel, Mr. Barquette, they've all said that abandonment is the cleanest and best way to go, and let these folks work it out. We have no business being in the mini marina business whatsoever. It takes too much of our time and too much of our effort. And we have, I would tend to agree with Mr. Siegel a little bit, so we have made money virtually collecting taxes on that. And maybe there's a way, if this is a sign or something, I don't know, if it's assigned to the lease agreement or when somebody buys a home, I don't know how they would want to do it, that it would, in the long run, we would gain money. But as much as I'd love to say I'm with you, I can't support selling it. I think we need to get out of it totally.
I appreciate your comments and Commissioner Moss's comments, but I just don't think it's as easy as just abandoning it to an organization that doesn't exist. The HOA doesn't exist yet, correct, Mr. Siegel?
That is correct. It can be formed very quickly.
So it's not, it doesn't even exist. So we're talking about abandoning something to an organization that's going to be formed of the current dock owners. And I'm going to go back to the comment that I keep hearing from other people within the community, that is exclusive to them personally versus the community as a whole. And, you know, to me, the cleanest thing is just to be done with it. Now, if you're going to direct the attorney to look into right-of-way abandonment, we need to look at the fact that we still need part of that right-of-way for a road. So you're not going to be abandoning the entirety of the right-of-way unless we're going to give them the road back, which quite frankly, I'd be happy to do at this point after 5 years of conversations about it. Would you guys, I mean, you want to take the road too and solve all the problems? I'm kidding, but I mean, we just keep going down this rabbit hole of abandonment, sale, this, and I'm only talking about Kolkata. I don't even want to deal with 95th. Maybe the language of those leases are exactly the same, but have already adjusted some of that language to begin with in these new leases. And that's part of the problem, is that these leases never expire. So they're not coming back up. And that was the problem that brought all this. I mean, the gentleman said that he takes blame, but really, that's not what brought this up. What brought this up was that people were on the waiting list and never had an opportunity because the leases were never expiring. So they weren't really leases. They were like, gifts in perpetuity. So that's part of the problem. And if we abandon it to a specific group, unlike 95th, I'm going to go back to that, it's not for the whole community's benefit. It's for the specific property owners. And they have built docks, but again, that's at their discretion. And we auction off property all the time as a county, or we offer it up, surplus property for affordable housing. We do RFPs on property. I mean, it's not like we don't make money on property sales. Now, I just want this to be the fastest way possible because I'm really tired of every other month we have a conversation on this with no direction.
Well,
Can I address that?
Again,
I'd just like to address that, but I can wait.
no, please.
No,
go ahead,
well,
Counsel.
I want to clarify. When I said abandonment, I did not say abandon to an organization. I just said abandon, walk away. You can abandon part of a road if you determine you don't need it and it's surplus and it doesn't serve a public purpose. I completely understand the wanting to make, revenue, especially since we've spent years and years kind of draining a lot of staff time on this. But I'm concerned that if you put it up for bid, then you're going to get a legal challenge from people who got existing docks who feel like they may have some equitable ownership, and then it just never ends. When I said abandon, I meant abandon, just like, and then you guys go figure it out.
Well, and let me clarify. Let me just clarify. My concern, and I don't care if we make a ton of money on it or we make 2 cents on it. I don't care if we're in the negative and it costs us money to get out of this. It's not about the money to me, but there's got to be a fair process. And it's not a fair process just to offer it to a small, or to abandon it to a small group of people. We're going to get, the way this is going, it doesn't matter what we do, somebody's going to be mad and there'll be a legal challenge. Maybe we just kiss it up to the courts and let them figure it out. I'm kind of fine with that at this point.
To those who have lived this for quite some time, it has taken many different directions. And Council said something, I don't know how we can possibly please all of the dock, let's not use the word the owners, the dock people. How do we please them and still hold the public trust for accountability to be good stewards? So now I want to look at, because I know Council's going to tell me, that it started in 1990, somewhere around then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the dollar amount that we paid for the property?
None.
Zero. Zero. We paid zero. The public paid zero to have this. Basically, this was a foisted obligation. An HOA, a community HOA said, hey, we can't handle this. It's getting out of control. That's my understanding. We don't want this. So county said, we'll govern it. We'll take care of it, right? And then we took possession of the roadway. We made it an access. And so how do we sell something that we never bought? So that's why, in order to, no, we're not talking about garage sales. In all realistic, the taxpayer did not have any skin in the game to begin with as far as to get a financial benefit from this. This kind of morphed to, well, you got to pay a permit fee, you got, now we're gonna have a lease. You pay one fee, you pay a different fee, depending upon the time you come in. It's all over the chart. So I don't even know how we figure out what a public price would be, because there was none. And if there was none, then why don't we make the solution as simple as possible? Again, we hear abandonment. I don't believe in just, all right, yeah, you figure it out. I'm not saying that. But if you were to research our ability so we don't have more affected parties in the process, I think that's a solution. I think that if we had an organization, an HOA, whether it's the property owners or it's newly established, don't we have the right to be able to do that? And that is a form of abandonment, but it's not abandonment. I'd rather use the word assignment, because we never paid for the property. The citizens never paid. If they never paid, how do we get the price tag?
So if I may really quickly, I want to, because Commissioner Adams, I want to kind of put your mind at ease at least a little bit with this one. The association, this is why I made the comment earlier that it would have to be an association pursuant to Florida Statute 336.125. That particular homeowners association has to deal with all the homes in the platted area. It's not just the dock owners. That's why I said a dock owners association would not work. So if they want the abandoned right away, they have to have it, it says, because the statute's very specific, the governing body of a county may abandon roads and rights of way dedicated in a recorded residential subdivision plat and simultaneously convey the county's interest in such roads, right of way, and appurtenant drainage facilities to a homeowners association for the subdivision if the following conditions have been met. And I can tell you, it's not just the dock owners, it would be all the homes in that subdivision. So if the concern is then it would be up to them once again. But I just want to at least, because I know you brought that up a couple times, at least address that. As far as the assignment, I would have to research that, sir, because I don't know any case law that says anything about assignment other than the AGO opinion that I just read, that regardless if it's gratuitous or if it was given for something, that the money has to be done for a public purpose.
And I think we have to, we're compelled to work with legally sufficient AGO opinions, legal opinions, as opposed to looking back at what I think a lot of us feel, if I'm wrong, there is some faulty documentation going on here as far as, and I don't mean that in an ill way, it's just when times were different, it was easy to just say, all right, yeah, we'll take care of it, we'll do this, we'll do that. We were far less populated, far less obligation, far different economic times, but it still holds a larger question of how could we charge for something that we never, the people of Indian River County never received or wrote a check for. And now we're gonna say, hey, we can't just do this because, there's a price tag. There's a price on everything. I don't think that's the tack to take. I think council has to research the ability of offering this to an organization the same way it was offered to us, and perhaps, I don't know, Councilor Siegel mentioned that it could be done within hours. I'm just keep looking at these two gentlemen thinking, after hearing what they're doing, Why can't that be done? And then we could be done with this. And I don't understand how we could be seeking a profit for something we never invested in.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to offer this as a consensus so we can do what the county attorney's office asked us to do, give them some direction to investigate and come back to us with a plan. I would have them look into these three options. First, in no specific order, abandonment to an HOA/dock association, maybe, again, and then those residents would have some research to do to see if that can be done. A straight-out abandonment, or looking to sell, if it's possible, to sell the property, if we can, with a first right of refusal to dock holders that currently are there. I would give that as just a consensus to stay at the county attorney office, go look into this and come back in a month and tell us what you found out.
Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I just want to just comment on that for a minute. If we're going to sell, are we selling the earth or the dock? Because the last
I don't know if we really know, sir.
he built that dock.
That's what I mean. I don't know if
Several
we really
others
know.
did as well.
I don't know if we really know. That's why I say come back with those three scenarios and maybe we'll find the best one out of it. Because I don't know if we know what we are selling.
We don't.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if we do.
That's why I wanted.
That's what Barry said.
Yeah, and coupled with his input and counselors.
So let's go with those three and see
All
where
due
it
respect to Mr. Siegel, and I do respect your legal expertise, but of course he's gonna say that. I mean, he's representing the other side, so I just wanna kind of throw that out there that, again, I respect you and I would say the same thing, but of course he's gonna say that we don't have anything to sell, whereas our attorneys are saying that we do. Obviously, we own something if we're leasing it.
But it
So,
might be a
but
little
I-
piece of grass.
I want to clarify, if that is the request of the attorney's office, then can I be a little bit specific about how we might get that information back from them? Is it possible for you guys to prepare this in like a memo form and email it out for us to kind of look over and discuss and then come to you individually with questions prior to it coming back to a discussion? So we can kind of have some of those nuts and bolts questions answered. And if we're gonna talk about abandoning to an organization, can that include the specifics of what that organization would need to look like from a creation and governance perspective? Because there's a lot of conversation about that, but I think we need to understand that apparently it's not just any nonprofit, it's a specific HOA that was created in a specific way. And then if we're talking about portioning out the right-of-way, what that looks like maybe on a map overlay, if we're gonna keep the road right-of-way and portion out, the dock and the canal access, just to kind of be a little bit detailed. And I'd be happy if we got that in a memo form in like the next month, and then maybe schedule this for a conversation after, or sooner. I know we have other things going on and we're going into budget, but I think if we can get that in kind of like a legal memo form, it might be helpful to read through those things. Instead of having it as like an ever-moving conversation, it's hard to keep track of the parameters and specifics of all the different options we're talking about. If that.
And most certainly, Commissioner, that was my intent to have council research that, but I like the idea of, as well as we have a little more communication with this, as has been so self-evident. There's been a couple of revelations today, and I think that it caught everybody by surprise. And I think that's not very fair to the public to be able to make a decision on just that premise of, oh, these guys are here. Oh, there's a change. So I think we do have to get some more research in order to make this the right decision.
I would like to clarify on that. Is the board then asking that I bring back both of the docks here at the same time, or just Calcutta and then separately? I just want to make sure, because
Just do Calcutta.
No,
I just want to, it's continuously brought up that we have someone else that's involved, and I want to make sure that I'm addressing exactly what you all want, and I'm not misstepping.
Well, but I have argued that they're completely different. They're so sound that they have an organization, and I'm in great hopes that you're going to come back to us and say, and I'm waiting for Vice Chairman Lloyd. I know he's anxious to speak, but I want to just let you know that my thought process was to ensure that that's separate. And that they have, I know it's been continually discussed, you know, they spoke, but they're part of the revelation. But when you said, well, they are, and I said, oh, so they're in the arena, they're in the game. They don't have to be. Like I said, and I said it during the break, the only time I've seen them is in Publix, okay? Shopping. Okay? The folks from Calcutta, we see and hear and have heard. And I think we need to fix that without affecting their world, if it's possible.
Yes.
That's my thought. I wasn't bringing them into it so that we have to do a global resolution, so that now there may be, and they're identified, there may be another one out there. I mean, I'm not.
Really
It
hope
could
not.
be, we don't know that. Nobody, yeah. Today, we found out that they have this identical lease. Nobody knew that before just 2 hours ago. And that's how long we've been talking about it.
Mr. Chairman, can I present this as a consensus, what I presented, looking to sell straight
You can
abandonment,
present what you
abandonment
wish,
to an HOA,
and we'll
with
see
the
if we can get a
questions
consensus.
that Commissioner Adams
Yes.
added to it.
Yeah, and I would just like to add one thing, and that is, this is to be fair to people who have been on the waiting list for years and years and years, and this is just a slight modification. Look into selling the docks without right of first refusal.
We'll see if that's a consensus.
I'm fine adding that.
It's in my consent, sell the docks, straight abandonment, abandonment to HOA or dock association, and with the questions, the specific questions that Commissioner Adams asked be answered.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chairman.
Thank you. First of all, I think the captain said something about assigning to a dock association. Council just said you can't do that. It's got to be a property association, so that's abandoning it completely, as Attorney Schuler mentioned, is chaotic at best. To say that we would just abandon it and walk away would really create some issues. I would lean more towards assigning everything, road, everything, to some qualified entity. It would have to be, obviously, a homeowners association. That would be the easiest and the cleanest way, and then the association would pay us annually, similar to 95th, assume the liability, similar to 95th, as well as have that on our ad valorem rolls, which ultimately would be a benefit to us. That's the direction I would go, sir.
A POA.
Right.
So I just want to make, so it would be abandoning it directly to the to the HOA?
Correct.
Okay.
That's right.
Or a POA that doesn't exist as of today,
Correct.
but may be formed rather quickly, so that this way there is an organization that is governing the operation, and they still would be subjected to the safety and security mechanisms as all docks are in Indian River County.
Right, because that's what I said in mine, and I would correct what Commissioner Orr said. There is, right, there may not be an HOA, but there could be.
A POA,
All right,
Property Owners Association, yes. And whether that could be made possible, I don't know if there's any dollar amount that could be assigned to it. It would be great if it can just be operated safely, and we'll ensure that, but it would be a day-to-day operations obligation of a POA, and they would ensure, they would have to have the appropriate insurance, and they would be subjected to any building scrutiny that we have that's in existence, and then we wouldn't have a concern. I don't think we have to be concerned about the wait list, as it was said earlier, that wait list was a casual wait list. Hey, you bought a house here, you want a dock, get on the list. I think the guy down the street, he's gonna move, and he probably doesn't wanna, but what happened was they transferred, they just, okay, well, it came with my house, or whatever. It was casually done, and it needs to be decasualized, and I don't think we have to consider the wait list. I think we need to consider what exists and what our obligation is for the greater good of the citizens of Indian River County, and not for any one particular interest.
Right, and 95th Street, I believe, already has a $1 million liability they have to provide to us.
Right.
Furthermore, 95th Street's already got the model that we could model this after, and we could move forward.
If
We're out of the business.
And before today, did you hear from the folks at 95th Street?
Did not.
Yeah, well, case in point, it could be a seamless operation.
If I
And we
may,
could tend to other matters, because yes, in a couple of weeks, we have the budget rolling.
if we abandon, we're completely out of the picture. I just want to make sure that that's, other than them for their permitting and stuff, because I'm hearing, then we would oversee them and make sure they have insurance and stuff. We would have absolutely nothing to do with them if we abandon it to an HOA.
Right, I would assign
Okay.
everything, including the road.
Okay. I
Everything
just want to
to
make sure I'm hearing that all correctly. Okay, thank
Well,
you.
that's one, and
That's one suggestion.
Okay.
yeah, I mean, look at all of them. I think we're all on the same track.
Yes.
Know what we're talking about and the
Yes.
parameters, because we're
Thank
really
you.
having the same conversation 5 different ways.
Thank
So
you.
Can we reduce
Well, we're
it to
getting there.
writing?
I will
would
be more than
love
happy
that.
to.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think today we brought it from 18,000 feet down to about 6,000 feet. No, not 17 now. I think we did get somewhere. It's just, we're not on the ground yet, but we're getting there. All right. Oh, is there any other further comments?
I hope not.
So that's the consensus.
Yes, sir.
Agreed?
Okay, thank you. I have my direction.
Thank you, Counselor. Appreciate it. I think you're going to be here for a little bit. Legal item.
Afternoon now, right? Good afternoon. My name's John Wright, 3003 Calcutta Drive. I'm one of the newest members of the Country Club Point and the dock list, as you referred to it. This was our 19th move here to Vero Beach. The first 18 were thanks to the United States Army.
Thank you for coming here, and thanks for your service.
Thank you. After my second retirement in 2023, my wife and I, and much research, chose Vero Beach as our retirement community. And we found a beautiful home in Country Club Point. Great community, wonderful neighbors, and we bought that home, and we paid a premium for that home because in the documentation from the real estate company, it said that we had access to the stock, that we could lease the stock. It would turn over to us if we wanted it. So we paid a premium for that house. About a year later, the lot adjacent to our property became available. And it also had, in the real estate documentation, access to this lease for a dock. It sat there for 6 months, and no one bid on it. No one on this list that could have bought that property and gotten a dock bid on that property. We bought that property, and we now have that lease as well. The dock one that came with that lot was the most in disrepair, it was falling apart. It was literally falling into the water. We paid a lot of money to rebuild that dock in accordance with the county's requirements, full permit, which changed 3 times during the process, by the way. Your process to rebuild this dock changed 3 times while we were trying to get this dock built. So it took a while, but we got that dock rebuilt. We paid for it. So my point being, what Mr. Rossmel said earlier, that this was his fault or his dock's fault, I disagree. The problem came from this list. This list should never have existed. That's where all these problems started, was that list. And it's creating great discontent in the neighborhood, quite honestly. I'd like to address some of the things that the counselor said, this public benefit. So when we signed our lease with the county, we paid $5,000 a fee to the county. This is a new thing, it's just for the new people so far. I was told that $5,000 was to offset the lack of public benefit on our street for our docks. So,
Who told you that?
Pardon me?
Who told you that, sir?
One of the committee chairmen, one of the committee members, sorry.
Okay.
The signs on the dock, I kind of got the impression that the counselor was saying that we have taken ownership of the docks by putting these signs on private property. The county requires us to have insurance and name you as a beneficiary or co-owner of that insurance policy. Excuse me. We have the liability for those docks. There are a number of children that run up and down that street fishing. We can't allow them on the docks. Our insurance companies will not give us insurance. We allow these kids to just run on our docks and fish off them. So that's what the signs are for. They're required by the documentation we have with you. The right-of-way that the kids now use is washing away. It's eroding. It's been eroding for decades, and nothing's been done about it. You have a safety issue with that right-of-way, that 2 feet of grass, well, in some cases, 6 inches of grass, because it's been eroding so much, that you should consider in your decision on what you're going to do with this property. And I'd also like to add that you're not selling docks. We paid for those docks. You're selling a strip of grass that is almost non-existent now. We would do a much better job of taking care of that property if it was turned over to us, whether it's an HOA or some committee or some group that you allow us to form. But I would like to offer you that the rest of the community is not likely to be interested in an HOA other than the dock owners. We, 19, have gotten together many times, and we've signed a document. We are ready to do this, whatever it takes to create an organization, an HOA, a DOA, whatever you want to call it, and take over ownership of that, or responsibility of that strip of land, put a retaining wall in to make sure that it's taking care of property. We're ready to do that. But I don't think we're going to be able to get an HOA with all the owners. You also have to consider, wasn't mentioned here today, but there's a code, I don't remember the code, it's come up before in our meetings, that does not allow you to turn over that road to us because it's access to 2 other streets, Parr and NASA. That has to be a county road because you have to maintain it for emergency purposes and other reasons. So that needs to be looked into as well. There's also a water line next to that road that I guess belongs to the city. That has to be taken into consideration. So my recommendation, request, is that you sell us that land, that 2-foot strip of grass, and let us take over responsibility for that canal and the docks. I think that's the simplest way to do it, in my opinion. You're going to hear from some people that have been here longer and have other things to represent, or to present you that might help in your decision. Some of them have had these docks for decades, as you mentioned. And I think it would be wrong to take those docks away after a 7-year lease when they've had them in their families for so long. And I'd like you to consider that as well. So if you have no questions for me, I thank you for your time. And we have at least 3 more people that want to come up and speak.
Sir,
Yeah.
we've already gone in the direction to direct staff to travel a causeway. I had public input and nope, just a few folks came to the podium. And I appreciate what you said. I just want to clarify something. When you said that, somebody on the board told you, well, again, that's why where we are. It was perception and information that was serving to a few.
Right.
In addition, this was casually set up, and furthermore is if somebody in real estate purports that it's part of yours and it's not,
Right.
you have another issue.
Oh, I agree.
And it happens with us many times.
Sure.
When a home is adjacent to conservation land, and they said, they're never going to build there, you'll always have this beautiful.
Right.
We have a few of those too.
Right.
Or the roads are maintained,
And, and who does that? And thirdly, that roadway, if that roadway is abandoned, which is lawful and legal, if it is, the other two become dead-end streets, which they were in the very beginning.
They are, right.
That only allows for continuity between the 2 streets and to serve the docks. We did have some information going into this, even though we had some surprise information. But we want to take all things into consideration.
Right.
And it sounds like we've gotten consensus on directing staff, our deputy county attorney, to do a little deeper research on this for the options, communicate back to us, and I think we're going to take it from there.
Right. I just want to make sure these little tidbits, and again, you're going to get some more,
And-
that you're aware of them, because I didn't hear any discussion of those items in here.
I appreciate your input as well. That's why I was encouraging everybody to come up as before we had given the deputy county attorney the consensus. That's why we were discussing it and discussing it out with the public again, and then coming back, and then we came to a consensus at this point.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon or good morning, Chairman Fletcher, Commissioners. My name is William Wood. I reside at 3007 Kolkata Drive, Indian River County, in the Country Club Point subdivision. I'm here this morning to address the current status of the docks. Oddly, 30 years ago, June 1995, I was meeting with then County Attorney Charles Vatunik, and Deputy County Attorney William Collins about the property, because I was purchasing the property at that time. I met with them. My brother was on the phone. He's a property attorney. And my real estate agent, because I was looking at this house to purchase. And through the conversation, it was determined that the dock for my house, was associated or was a part of the house property that I owned, the dock. I actually own the dock. In fact, in my warranty deed, if I could read that, it says, Lot 13, Block 2, replat of Country Club Point, Unit 1, recorded in Plat Book 4, page 11, Indian River County, together with the rights, title, and interest of the grantor, without warranty, and to the certain dock commonly known as number 3007. So they were numbered at one time. Mine was 3007. I was required to have that number on my dock, which I did. And it's exclusive perpetual use, which is something to me, that was what my brother was asking about, is if I buy this house, is this dock gonna be mine, in the future? And this was It was exclusive perpetual use, located due east of after said lot and immediately adjacent to Calcutta Drive, together with all riparian and/or littoral rights of grantor attaching thereto, if any. My dock is now referred to as dock number 9, and the address is given as 3004 Calcutta Drive, which doesn't exist. 3004 Calcutta Drive would be out in the canal. All numbers are odd numbers on Calcutta Drive. It's a terrestrial address, it doesn't exist. My dock was cited a notice of violation for being unsafe on February 13th, this past year, 2025, by the building department. I was given 30 days to obtain a building permit and have my dock repaired with a threat of demolition and a lien being placed on my dock and the dock being sold at public sale to satisfy the lien. I acted immediately and began the process of obtaining a building permit and dock construction. I contacted a construction company to do the necessary repairs. My building permit was issued way after the 30-day limit on April 30th with the assistance of some who helped get it through the building department. Long after the 30-day time limit was given, I was concerned I was going to be paying for a dock to be destroyed because I couldn't get someone to do it in that time frame, that 30-day time frame. Thankfully, I had assistance, and that was waived. My dock has now been completed, completely replaced, and has passed the building department inspection. It cost me a little less than $10,000 to replace my dock. And this is just last month. During the time between being issued the notice of violation and my dock, I've come to learn that there have been numerous county meetings I was unaware of, and that there's been changes to the dock agreements between the county and the homeowners. I was never notified that there was any of these discussions going on in years past. So this all of a sudden, if I wouldn't have come in or got that dock notice, I wouldn't have known any of this was going on. So I was completely in the dark about my dock that I've had since 1995. I bought my home in July of 1995 with the understanding that I had entered into an agreement with Indian River County that I owned my dock. In fact, it's on my deed in perpetuity, and that I would be able to transfer my ownership of said dock to whomever I sold my house to in the future in a similar fashion as I did. And that was in conversations with the county attorneys at that time. There were no fees or obligations associated with me having the dock, with the exception of maintaining the dock and entering into an agreement to hold the county harmless for any and all damage to the bulkhead system of the road. I've now learned the county is attempting to change the dock agreements, which I'm not going to go into that. My dock's brand new. Oh, and with that, attempting to change the dock agreements, I understand that dock agreements are going to be on a 7-year or possibly a 7-year term, and that we have to reapply every 7 years, and that I would have to pay a $2,000 a year lease fee, which wasn't in my original agreement. I don't have a lease, I've got an agreement with it. And I walked into that agreement, by the way. That agreement was made in 1986 by the original owner of the house, Lois McBain. And there are other docks on my street that also would be in the same situation too, as mine. Because they've been there as long as I have. I'm one of the older, longer-term residents there. If I still own my dock, when I sell the house, I was told that the new owners are going to pay $5,000 up front, which wasn't what the agreement was when I had. They would be able to transfer. They could step into my shoes to do that. So my dock is brand new. My previous dock was built in September of 1986. The flooding caused by Hurricane Milton apparently damaged my dock. I knew that it had moved some of the planking, the decking, but I didn't realize it was unsafe. I mean, it only moved it just a slight bit. And so I got that violation. I was surprised to see the violation out there. I've lived in my house and never made aware of the building department. The building department has never made an inspection on the docks or on the canal banks when I've lived there. They've never done any maintenance on the canal bank. In fact, I've called to ask for some sod to be placed across there because it's been eroding away as years have gone by. I don't have irrigation on it. It's across the street. But they would never, ever do it. As far as drainage goes, Road and Bridge, I've tried to get them to help out because we do flood during hurricanes. In fact, I was just yay close to having water come through my house with
Milton. And they haven't responded to that. So there's no maintenance going on. It's not costing the county anything to have it. I cut the grass and to maintain everything on the top for the neighborhood. Other people do too, so I've been doing it. Road and Bridge doesn't cut it. The fees being proposed to maintain the dock inspections as well as annual dock fees and dock transfer fees were not part of the original agreement. I have been grandfathered in 1995 when I purchased the house, because that's what it said, in the discussion between the county attorney and the Roland DeBlois at that time, that I could step into the dock agreement that Mrs. McBain entered into. And so I did that in 1995. And in 2004, I had to go through a discussion there because my ex-wife, when we divorced, she was the president of the homeowners association. There was a homeowners association in Country Club Point. She was the president when we divorced. She never took care of anything more, and the homeowners association, by virtue of her not doing anything, was dissolved because you have to pay annual fees and reports and all, and she didn't do anything about it. We can reestablish that very easily. We do have a makeshift homeowners association in our neighborhood right now that exists, and we meet annually for different events. And a couple other things that came up. Well, John mentioned about the trespass signs. Yes, we have them because there are so many people that are coming on the docks and that are fishing, and if they get hurt, then we're liable for them. I know the county is, they're protected, but we need to have protection too. So that's why the no trespassing signs are on there. People don't even read the signs, they come on. And by the way, there are other docks in the county on canals like ours, other than the 95th Street Boat Club, that you all are going to address sometime in the future. I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, but there is another development that has canals like ours and docks. So, let's see what else. Oh, and we have a boat ramp down at the end of Kolkata Drive. Most of the owners, or the new owners, because I've been there for so long, I know that was a selling point for me. At the north end of Kolkata Drive, you can see the cement embankments or whatever, where the boat ramp was, or is, and that was a community boat ramp. So the public has access to it in our development. It was in the original development plans that either you purchased a house in the neighborhood that had golf course view, or if your house didn't have that, then you bought a house and you had option of a dock. Of course, I've got a dock option because I bought it from the original owner of the house. But that boat ramp was used by people in the development. I used it in years past. Not too many years ago, a homeowner had a boat lift built across the boat ramp. I don't think that they knew that there was a boat ramp there. I don't think the county knew that that was our community boat ramp. Well, they built a boat lift on it, right across it. It prohibited anybody from using that boat ramp. And then not too long ago, that boat ramp was realigned for whatever reason. So it's now going parallel with the canal. But we do have a boat ramp there. So people in the development can use that boat ramp if that boat lift is, and it's not attached to any dock. It's just sitting there the way it was set up, because all the docks are parallel on the canal bank, and this one is out off from it. So we do have a boat ramp there, and that the concrete abutment is in need of some work. I know that for sure. And you can see the concrete that used to be for the boat ramp going into the canal. When they put that boat ramp in, the construction company, they must have torn up some of the concrete because it's sitting on the canal bank now where it was. So, having lived there for 30 years now, I've got a lot of history, and I've spoken to the neighbors that were there before. There used to be makeshift docks on the canal.
Again, as I said, first and foremost, I appreciate you speaking. I think the board appreciates you speaking because you bring a little more, and you bring institutional knowledge and personal knowledge that again, apparently, this is going to be the third revelation of the day. You have a lot of paperwork, and I as we've directed our county deputy attorney that's going to travel the course to bring this back and bring us more information. Could I ask you to offer all of that information? As I'm going to take a risk here. I don't know if the deputy attorney has all your information. And I'm going to ask because that wasn't shared with us as far as some of the facts that you have stated today.
The owner of the house that I bought it from, Lois McBain Home Decorating, which is down on 14th. She kept everything. I have photographs when those canals, when the development was first being developed back in 1956, aerial photographs that show the canals, that show the boat ramp. They show the houses that are there in phase one, because that's when those were taken in 1950.
So you're stating that you're probably the only sole real owner of the dock.
My neighbor down the street, David, also is in the same situation I'm in.
Same situation.
He has the same thing where
So
he has a
there's
dock.
two in that situation.
I have a dock in perpetuity.
Thank you, sir.
If I may,
Yes.
I have looked at every single deed, and none of them, including Miss Lewis McBain's, which is in deed book 103433, and I have it here in my hand, and none of them convey dock property. This says Lot 12, Book 2, replat of Country Club Point, Unit 1, according to the plat thereof, recorded in Plat Book, page 11, Indian River County Records, subject to taxes levied subsequent to December 31st, 1955, subject to restrictions of record. Nowhere in there does it have the language about the deed. However, conveniently, as I stated earlier, you cannot convey more apples than what you have. There was the same date, there was a deed prepared on July 11th, 1995 by Mr. Wood's brother, Richard A. Wood Esquire. And in that deed, conveniently, it added, together with all rights, title, and interest of the grant without warranty in and to the certain dock commonly known as dock number 307 and its exclusive perpetual use located due east of the aforementioned lot and immediately adjacent to Kolkata Drive, together with all riparian and or littoral rights of the grantor attaching thereto. However, on that same date, another document that was prepared by the same attorney, Mr. Richard A. Wood, for a continuous marriage affidavit, which he had Miss Lois A. McBain, the prior owner, sign, didn't have the dock. It only had what she actually owned and what she could only convey, which was Lot 13, Block 12, replat of Country Club Point, Unit 1, according to the plat thereof is recorded to Plat Book number 4, page 11, according to the Plat Book of the Indian River County thereof. So conveniently, something was placed, and then there was a subsequent deed that was done when Mr. Wood was divorced, and that happened in 2004, and the dock language was again removed. So I would make the argument that there was dock language that was erroneously added because Ms. McBain did not own that in her title, so therefore she could not convey what she did not own.
What Mrs. McBain was conveying to us was the dock itself. I have the building permit that Mrs. McBain got to build that dock back in 1986. And so she, apparently by that, claimed to own the dock. I don't know the legalities of it. But I know I just paid for a dock to be replaced there too. But that is on my survey, and it's in my warranty deed and in my deed itself for the property. So, and I'm not an attorney. My brother might be, my dad was, but I know that they both, my dad and my brother, worked on doing this. We previously had owned property up on A1A from an Ambersam development. And we had property on the beach side, A1A split it, and then on the ocean, on the river side. And we own 855 feet out, submerged lands out on that. And I think he was probably looking at that thinking, if you can have property on both sides of the road there, that might be something. It's something apparently that was done in the past in Indian River County. And
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for taking time to listen to me.
Thank you. So we still stand where we are? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm so sorry to
Sure.
keep y'all.
Okay.
I'll just take one minute, and that is to,
Your name
my name's Jeff
and address
Cusson.
for the record?
I own a home at 3011 Calcutta Drive. So I just wanted to share, when you're looking at potentially selling it to people on the outside, there is absolutely no right-of-way for people to park there. They will either be parking in the road and blocking our access, or parking in my front yard. Either one is a very bad scenario. The other, I would point out that there are a lot of public benefits. One is reducing expenses to the county. I know I had one piling that rotted out on my dock several years ago. There was 20 emails back and forth between one of my neighbors and the county attorney, back and forth. At one point, it started getting copied to the county commission. We've been tied up in this for hours and hours and hours. In my opinion, the best scenario would be to deed those over to an entity as you're looking into. So being a property owners association, to manage that and take it off of you guys' hands. Y'all got much more important things to deal with than our docks. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is John Flager. I live on Parr Drive. I have one of the docks that we've been discussing now for hours. I'll try not to repeat anything and just make a couple brief comments. Number one, I know this started because there were people that were disgruntled about how long they've been on the waiting list and arguing that what was happening to them was unfair. I'll also say that I literally waited for a home to come for sale in that neighborhood that had a dock, and I paid a premium for it, right? Based on the history of what had transpired in that neighborhood, my house has had a dock associated with that property for more than 30 years. So there's been a history and a pattern, and I would encourage you to be fair to the people that have lived in that pattern, that have paid a premium for their homes because they include a dock. I would argue that the revenue rolls, the real estate taxes that go along with that does create additional revenue. But factually, I paid more for that house because that house had a dock, and it had a new dock with a lift that the people spent almost $40,000 building. So it would be unfair for somebody that's disgruntled that they were on a waiting list because they chose to buy a house that didn't have a dock, right? They didn't pay a premium for it, trying to find a shortcut around to end up with the dock. Be fair to the people that are in the neighborhood that have operated under this pattern for many, many years, right? Whether it's first right of refusal or recognizing the value of what they had put on the dock. I heard earlier reference to Vero Beach Marina, right? Well, Vero Beach Marina is very different. They pay for everything. They build everything. All the docks, all the lifts, all the electricity, all the water. And then they lease that out, based on the value associated with what they've done, right? The $2,000 I pay, and I'm one of the new ones that paid a $5,000 transfer fee and $2,000, I would argue $2,000 for a spit of land that has never been improved, that you never paid to have a dock, you never paid to have electricity, you never paid to have water. That's a pretty high price, right? So just be fair to the people that have been there and that have operated in this environment for a long time.
Thank you, sir. That's our goal. We appreciate you speaking, and that's the direction that the Deputy County Attorney has, to be fair and equitable to all and to move this forward where it needs to be so everybody can be happy with their docks. Thank you. Seeing nobody else, we'll then move on to the authorization to proceed with foreclosures on code enforcement cases 2024040044, Schneider, and 202-404-0045, TGS Innovative Solutions. Counselor.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Susan Prado, Deputy County Attorney on behalf of the County Attorney's Office. I bring to you today two different requests for foreclosure proceedings. If the properties look similar, it's because they are next to each other on the same street. Sorry, I don't really, it's not working. If not, if you could click, okay, thank you. So the first property is located at 3225 46th Street, Vero Beach, Florida. This photograph was taken on April 9th, 2024. You can see that there's overgrown grass and weeds. This case came in front of the code enforcement, or it was open in April 2024. It went in front of the Code Enforcement Board on June 24th, 2024, where it was found to be in violation of our county code. And the hearing on June 27th, 2024, and the property was posted on June 11th, 2024. For the next hearing on July 22nd, 2024, the board conducted a compliance hearing. The board determined that it still hadn't been complied with and started a $100 a day fine. The subject property does remain out of compliance to this date. It's not a homestead property. There's not a home on it, so therefore it would be open to foreclosure. You can see the photograph there that was from October 2nd, 2024. This was the last photograph that I had before I took this in front of the board for approval to move forward with foreclosure. It was April 25th, 2025. As you can see, it still remains in the same state. The Code Enforcement Board did approve an order to move forward with foreclosure on this particular property pursuant to the lien on the property. The amount that is owed on that as of today is $31,800. And the code enforcement case is 2024-04-0044. At this point in time, I'm asking if the board is still wanting or to move forward with foreclosure, or wanting to move forward with foreclosure on this item.
Make a motion to approve. One question, Mr. Chair. With respect to this, the date of that code enforcement board,
Yes, sir.
do you know the date of that?
This would have been brought in, I'm sorry, forgive me. I believe this one was brought in April. This was brought in April 2025 for the actual to move forward with the foreclosure, sir.
Do you know if the affected parties would have appeared at the May Code Enforcement Board that was inadvertently misscheduled?
No, sir, because this was actually for the April one, so this came in front of the Code Enforcement Board in April. The one that was supposed to be due to come in May, that's why this is coming a bit later. Otherwise, this would have been brought to this board in May. I was waiting for another one, but unfortunately, that one had to get moved, so I just wanted to get these ones moving. So yes, they've received proper notice for that hearing, as well as they were given mailed notice for today's meeting as well. Thank you.
Second.
Okay. For a second.
So we have a motion and a second to move forward with Schneider.
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried
Thank you.
unanimously. We're now moving on to TGS Innovative Solutions.
Yes, sir. This is a property owned by TGS Innovative Solutions at 3245 46th Street, Vero Beach, Florida. Again, here's a picture of the property when the case was first opened back in April of 2024. On June 24th, 2024, there was a public hearing, and the property was deemed to be in violation for overgrown grass and weeds. That hearing was noticed via certified mail, return receipt unclaimed, and the property was posted. Continuing on with the history for this case, on July 22nd, 2024, the board did conduct a compliance hearing. At that time, it was determined that the violation was not complied with, and they issued a fine of $100 per day. The subject property does remain out of compliance as of date, and it's not a homestead property. There's no home on it, so we can foreclose. You'll see again, staff just doing their due diligence and checking, saw again on October 2nd, 2024, it was still out of compliance. before the morning of our last code enforcement hearing where I asked for a foreclosure on April 25th, 2025, you will see that the grass and weeds were still overgrown and it was still in an overgrown state pursuant to the picture. The Code Enforcement Board at that hearing on April 25th, 2025 did issue an order to move forward with foreclosure on this particular property pursuant to their lien. At this point in time, I'm seeking guidance from this board to see if you all would like to move forward with it. This property was it was sent via certified mail for them for their foreclosure if the property was posted, and they were mailed a notice to appear here today, and they did not appear at the April 25th meeting, and I'm not sure if I see anyone here present on behalf of this property today. So we asked to move forward.
Commissioners,
Motion to approve, to proceed.
we have a motion by Commissioner Ehrman, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Folks, other than some public input, we do have one item that's on the agenda, and we will take a 5-minute recess, so Human Resources can queue up. Ready to open up this meeting once again.
Absolutely.
And we're going to go back to previously mentioned topic. The meeting will now be called back to order, and we see that our Human Resource Director is at the queue and ready with the presentation for item 13 Delta 1, which is group insurance recommendations for the plan year 2025-2026. And there are multiple attachments, which I trust you all have had the opportunity to review.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. Suzanne Boyle, Director of Human Resources. Each year, I come before you with our recommendations for the upcoming plan year for our group insurance program. The plan year runs October through September of every year. We have our representatives with Lockton, who are, they serve as our consultant to our group insurance program, as well as our broker. I have Rachel Friedman, who is our account executive, and then I have Tressa Krashen, who is a pharmacy specialist with Lockton, and will be able to answer any questions that might arise as we go through the presentation. It was pretty extensive agenda item, so I consolidated into a shorter presentation. So Kim, if you could pull up the presentation, I'd appreciate that. Okay, so our benefits. Well, first of all, you know that all of the constitutional offices are on our group medical and our pharmacy benefits. Many of them share in the other benefits that the Board of County Commissioner has as well. We currently cover, it's about 1,800 employees and retirees, and about 3,900 members in total when you consider spouses and dependent children. The benefits that we have in place under this program, we have a medical plan, which is self-funded. Our administrative service is provided through Blue Cross Blue Shield of Florida. And you're going to see in the agenda item that we are actually reviewing a renewal with Blue Cross Blue Shield. They have given us a rate at 3 years at $48.14 per employee per month. And then in the final year of their 4-year renewal, they would increase it by 3% to $39.58 per employee per month. They are also including $50,000 in wellness funds spread out over that 4-year period. Upon approval by the board, $50,000 would come in, and then on October, at the beginning of each plan year, another $50,000 would be paid by Blue Cross Blue Shield to the county. There's going to need to be some funding decisions that you make related to the medical plan and the pharmacy plan based on actuarial projections. And then another piece that I wanted you to know is in this renewal proposal that Blue Cross Blue Shield gave us, they actually gave it to us a year early because we had some service issues with Blue Cross Blue Shield that came up through the year. So they included some service guarantees in the agreement, in the amendment to address the concerns. They have actually assigned a new team of support specialists. We have a gentleman by the name of Omar who is in contact with us every other week, sometimes weekly, to review any issues that might have risen. So we really believe that Blue Cross Blue Shield is stepping up their game in supporting us and our members as we move forward into this upcoming plan year. And they made current changes to address the concerns that had been raised. Related to our pharmacy benefit, that's also self-funded, part of our medical program. And our current pharmacy benefit manager is RX Benefits with Express Scripts as the big PBM. We are actually recommending a change in our PBM to move to a pass-through pharmacy PBM called Right Way. And there's information in the agenda item related to that. And this recommended change also includes some funding and coverage decisions that you'll want to look at. Our dental program is running really well. We have our administrator is with Emeritus. We're not recommending any rate increase. They've actually done a renewal with no rate increase, and the funding is really, really good on our premiums there. I do want to let you know, this may or may not matter to you, but if those of you schedule your dental appointments and it's currently every 6 months, and you have to wait till the 6 months passes before you can get that next dental appointment in, we're going to 2 times a year. So no longer do you actually have to wait till 6 months has passed. If it's 5 months in between a cleaning, makes it a little bit more convenient for the members, and there's no increased cost to do that, but it should help folks a little bit. Our vision benefit is through IMED. We have a rate hold through September 30th of 2029. Our life disability program through Mutual of Omaha, we have a rate hold through this next plan year. We offer critical illness and accident insurance through Mutual of Omaha. That was added a couple years ago as a voluntary employee-paid benefit. We are in a rate hold again through this next plan year, and we're actually asking approval to add a hospital indemnity coverage through Mutual of Omaha, just as a voluntary employee-paid benefit to see if employees want to take advantage of that as well. We have our flexible spending account, and our COBRA administration is handled through P&A Group. We are currently in an agreement with them through, I want to say it was 2026. And, but due to service issues, we're recommending to transition. In speaking with a couple of my HR representatives from constitutional offices, they've experienced some difficulties with that group. We have as well, and we're recommending we transition to a company called Lively Me. They would handle our FSA and our COBRA services. There's a slight reduction on the FSA fee, a slight increase on the COBRA rate, but I'll show you those numbers at the end. Our health advocacy and employee assistance program is currently provided through a company called Health Advocate. Our EAP rate is good. It's solid through July 31st of 2027. We're not making any recommendations to change there, but we are recommending to transition to Right Way for our health advocacy and navigation benefits. And Right Way is the pharmacy PBM that we're recommending. And the reason we're doing that is because Right Way has really great technology that we can put in the hands of our employees through their app. It's going to allow them the ability to not just get their pharmacy information, but have single sign-on to certain other benefits like the medical plan, the dental plan, be able to keep all their cards in one place for ease, be able to, when claims come in and you're running, you're like, why am I getting this bill? Snap the shot. Deal with the health advocacy people to advocate for you if you think there's a problem with the bill. They'll do the calls to make sure that the provider has your insurance information, and they're going to really help facilitate and help support our members as they go through this upcoming plan year. So we're really excited about this opportunity for our plan members. The health advocate benefit was a good step in the direction, but Right Way is I think you call it a step above, and it actually gives a higher level service to our members. Our elective surgery benefit through Lantern, you'll remember it was formerly called Surgery Plus, but now it's Lantern. There was a provision under our current agreement, which was set to expire at the end of June, I believe, for a 2-year extension to keep the same rate at $4.25 an hour. Well, I sent off the email that said we'd like to extend it. They sent the email, said, hey, it's going to go up to $5 something per employee per month. So we saved some money here. My email got there first. We have the 2-year extension, so at the lower rate, but at the end of this rate and of this agreement, I expect it's going to go up because we actually are getting a really good value with what we have through that program. Diabetes management. Now, back in, I want to say it was 2016, when I came on board with Indian River County, the county had just entered into a relationship with Connect for diabetes management, and it's been in place since that time. Under this program, we have 25 members that are currently enrolled. It's at a cost of $3,500 a month for those 25 members. It's $42,000 a year, and I have not been able to tie a return on the investment based on anything that we've received, and locked in agrees with that as well. So we now have our health center. That is a place where people can go and get easy access to care and support for chronic conditions. Many people have already enrolled in that. We have well over 700 people currently enrolled as patients, and we're averaging like 39 extra members every month with the addition of our new provider that came on board. So we're actually recommending that we sunset that program and transition our participating members to the Marathon Health Center so that they can get the support that they need to manage their diabetes. Any questions up to this point?
Well, and thank you, Suzanne. I appreciate the presentation. I just want to acknowledge that you see that the room is rather unwell attended. And many of us have received calls. I see that there's a couple of folks that would like to talk about their scenario and situation. I think it's very important. I think that when we're talking about transition, I know that when we were going towards e-scripts, that we had transitional value challenges that lasted about 6 months. Anytime you have a planned transition, there is room for confusion. There's room for non-explained benefits or explained benefits that aren't actually their perceptions, not reality. Again, presentation is very important, and no deference to anybody who is suggesting one plan over the other. But when we do have a transition, we do have a lot of concern. And there are many people that are on prescriptions that again, I'll speak where, like eScripts does, the home delivery as opposed to you having to go to a pharmacy. There was so many breakdowns in that transition, but the machine is running. And I have to tell you that I've heard from a lot of folks that it took them 6 months to get to the right level of service that they were due as a paid benefit, and their family members were due, and it finally got there. But it did take some time. So we could say in the backup would say, you know, they'll have a 24-hour response. That's truly not a reality, okay? And I just want it out there that there'll be some contact, there'll be some advocacy, but again, it's like sometimes it's very akin to when you have challenges with your cable box. And we're talking about health. We're talking about a critical health issue, something that if it's someone wants, we can get into that later, but someone needs, and life-sustaining needs. There are some prescriptions that people can't travel without, have to be able to get them to wherever they're going, and it's their paid benefit. So I think that's very important. When we're analyzing the possibility of change, look at what the value and the pressure is upon the individuals that we are servicing here in Indian River County. And we have to look at patient care and patient treatment.
And just to that point, we do convey that to Lockton, and they take that in strong consideration when they start looking at evaluating providers for us because of that very reason, because they know that our members deserve a high service, high touch support for this very important benefit.
And there are limitations with every plan.
Yeah.
And I think I understand that, and I think my colleagues do too, because we receive a lot of calls. Again, the absence in the room is not an indication. I trust there are many that are watching this meeting and would like to speak. Some have invoked, they said, well, I didn't want to violate HIPAA. That's erroneous because you can speak about a topic without identifying a prescription or a medical treatment that you are undergoing. There is a way to do that. So they would not be violating HIPAA. And I want them to know, because they're watching, that their input is important and appreciated. And I had only wished, as one, that they would have taken the time to come here as well, because this is a critical decision. And I'd also like you to articulate a little bit on the hospital indemnity program. I mean, it sounds good. Indemnity is always a good word, but what does that really mean? What's the cost factor? What's going on with that, and how does that affect the employees that serve in River County?
Right. It's a benefit that pays out if somebody's admitted to the hospital, and it pays a cash benefit to the members. Rachel, if you'll.
Yeah, so there would be two different plan options for the members, but essentially it would provide them additional cash benefits related to a hospitalization, regardless of whether it was for an accident or an illness. So the plans you have in today pay a cash benefit if someone's specifically diagnosed with a critical illness, or if they're in some sort of accident and there's hospital-related expenses. So the benefit of a hospital indemnity program, it covered things like maternity. That's a big pro for your members. We did do an analysis within our data analytics warehouse with Indian River County data specifically, and it shows that 90 members had 3 or more inpatient days, with a total of 294 admits that could have been covered under the hospital indemnity plan had they elected it. So that would be a benefit to your members.
It is voluntary, and there's an additional expense
There's a premium associated.
There's a
yes.
premium to that benefit, but it also avoids expensive, continual, lifelong liens.
And, yeah, it helps bring some additional income when you're facing a hospital admission and higher out-of-pocket costs.
And I think it needs to be discussed that this is not arbitrary, that we are exposed to an executive order to reduce prescription prices as well. And that's one of the reasons why we're here. We would automatically be looking at this, but that is also a concern too. Right. So reduction, but maintaining the best possible service for our employees here.
You know, and just
and the constitutional employees.
Exactly. So that executive order, as I read through it, the president was basically stating to the PBMs, sell us the money or sell us the medication at the same cost that you're selling it to these other comparable countries of comparable sizes. We're charged in America much higher prices, and that's one of the reasons why we have that Canna RX program, where people can get some of their medications through international pharmacies at a lot less cost to the price, to our plan. So that executive order was basically to send a message to the PBMs, you need to do better with the medication costs in the United States of America. Then in the state of Florida back in 2023, there was a bill that was enacted that basically said in Florida, you need to pass through pharmacies. Well, initially Express Scripts said, well, that only applies to ERISA plans, which we're not an ERISA plan, we're a governmental plan. Right. But they've since changed that and said, no, it does actually apply to your plan, and they've submitted an offer as a pass-through pharmacy, but they're really not. And that's why you're going to see the difference on the results that came back when we got the estimates back from them, their best and final offers. You have Smith RX, who came in with the lowest pricing, but because of the things that you talked about earlier, you know, the disruption issue, Lockton's not recommending them for us because they just don't believe that would be a good fit. It would be an aggressive approach for managing your medications, whereas Right Way, the savings aren't as great as with Smith RX, but the customer service and the way that they go about helping our plan source their medications at the lowest cost and helping our members source the medications is a much better program for our members to be in. Is there anything you want to add to that, Tressa?
No, I think you're right. As far as talking about Florida Bill 5150 and the executive order, the PBM right way that we're recommending, they are a true lowest net cost PBM and pass-through PBM, whereas you were in a more traditional arrangement. This PBM is, whatever you're paying them is what they're paying the pharmacy. They're not making any money on a spread like some of the larger PBMs, ESI, that you're with now. All of the rebates that they received are being passed down to you. They're not skimming anything off the top. And so we feel like this PBM and their model is a true pass-through model and would best fit the bill that was passed here in Florida because it is a true pass-through.
And finally, so it's a true pass-through. How does that interrelate with GoodRx?
Yes.
Oftentimes when we go to a pharmacist, sometimes GoodRx is the better deal. How does that work?
That
And who's
is
paying for
true.
that?
GoodRx, what they do is, they have a lot of medications. I guess we say you can look at a few different medications or you can look at the whole fruit basket. So they do have a few medications that maybe some pharmacies like a CVS or a Walgreens may have a coupon or they may have discounted. They'll put it on GoodRx's platform to try to get people in the door, right? Because if you come into the pharmacy, you're probably not going to just get your prescription. You may get some toilet paper or some candy or something else. But you're right. So with a PBM like Right Way, they don't have their own pharmacy or they're not trying to make you buy. If you were with a CVS, CVS would make you go to their pharmacies. They have it all opened up. So if their GoodRx price is the cheapest, they have that all built into their formulation. So when the claim is processed, it's going to pull to the lowest net cost, whether that's with the GoodRx cost, if it's Mark Cuban, his pharmacy, the way it's worked, if it's Amazon. And they do that with the mail order as well. So you're not required to use a Right Way mail order pharmacy like you are with ESI. It is truly getting it from, at that time, what pharmacy has the lowest net cost at that time. So that would all be built in to answer your question.
And the reason why I asked is because I've heard from some that when they've filed for prescriptions at a pharmacy and they were told that, we're not going to use your plan, GoodRx is a better deal. And then the discussion is, why don't we just do GoodRx? Well, not everything is available on GoodRx.
No.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you for that.
And then
I
just
trust-
to
Yes.
add to that, if you go outside the plan through GoodRx, you'd be paying the cash pay and it wouldn't go through to the out-of-pocket maximum. So that could be additional expense on that member.
It doesn't run through the plan. If I cash pay through GoodRx, it doesn't hit the plan and work towards my out-of-pocket deductible or maximums. So that's the value of having that great pricing through Right Way. So the member experience is great pricing, but it also runs and hits towards their out-of-pocket expenses.
Using your credit card to ensure that you get flyer miles.
There you go.
There you go. There's always a benefit somewhere.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I see there's some folks that would like to
Could I
talk
take
about our
a-
plan, but let's go
Sure.
ahead with the plan.
So the other thing that we're recommending are 2 more additional voluntary benefits. So a total of 3 new additional voluntary benefits in addition to that hospital indemnity program. Identity theft is a big issue. I can't tell you how many times we have members that are coming in saying, I need to change my direct deposit. Somebody got my information. Somebody got my stuff. And so we've had some folks come in with that. The Norton LifeLock is the program that's being recommended. Nobody has to enroll in it. It's completely voluntary. There's going to be 2 offerings, a low and a high, but it does provide really good assistance and support if you are the victim of an identity theft. The other one is a legal plan coverage through, is it ARAG? AROG?
Yes.
ARAG, AROG, as two plans, a lower and a high one. And again, they will provide coverage for legal assistance for a variety of matters to our employees at a lower cost. And then I asked the question, I said, okay, so what if I burn through my hours that are offered under the plan? Then what? And they actually have negotiated rates for reduced costs for attorney expenses as well. So those are just completely voluntary. And then I figured you might want to know how things are going at the health center. We've had 2,863 patient visits, 736 engaged members. As I stated earlier, the average new monthly engagement is 39 members that are enrolling, and the promoter score is really high at 91.6. People are very grateful that the board did authorize the health center to be opened and be available to our members. So I want to talk a little bit about our medical and pharmacy trends, which really that's the issue that I think has people's attention, and some of the choices that are before us and how we handle where we're at today. So our current loss ratio through March 2024 is 101.6%. That means that we're paying out more than we're bringing in to the plan. You can see the 24, 23, and 2022 numbers. So 2022, we were doing really well, still doing really well. 2024 was good, and then we've got this big jump. And of course, when I start seeing the big jump, I start asking Lockton, what's going on, what's going on? And the drivers of the increase are, of course, the GLP-1 weight loss medications. We had increased outpatient surgery costs, inpatient costs increased, office visit costs increased, and our group has a higher illness burden than norm. So what does that mean? That when you start looking at our group and the illnesses that our group has, it's statistically higher than what the norm is for the book of business with Lockton. We have a higher percentage of members with high to moderate risk compared to the norm of Lockton. So we're at 47.5 on the high to moderate risk. The norm is 37.7. Another thing that impacted us was in the period October 2023 through March 2024, we had 16 claimants that were over $50,000 in claims, and that totaled up to $1.59 million. And now we go through to this year, this same period in this current plan year, through March 2025, we had 29. So instead of 16, we had 29. And instead of 1.59 million, it increased to 2.81 million of claims costs over $50,000. So it's interesting how just a small number of events can really drive the experience. Now, yes, sir.
Those main drivers, are they listed in any type of order?
No. No. Just came to me that way, so I put it in that order. Well, let me ask that question. It could be.
Yeah, I mean,
Did you guys put it in that way for a reason?
I would say that GLP-1s were identified as driving GLP-1s for weight loss coverage were identified as driving 4.3% of your 14.8% trend. And then the other factors there identified outpatient surgery, inpatient, and office visits were 2.5% each. So GLP-1s are leading that trend.
So the top one
Here's the top one.
is more than the rest of them combined?
No.
No.
Each one was 2.5.
Okay, 2.5.
Outpatient
Yes.
surgery, inpatient, and office visits were each 2.5%.
Yes.
Okay.
So 4.3
there it
compared to 7.5.
Yes.
Yes.
Higher illness.
Okay. Now, this is good news. This first bullet, our insurance trust is well-funded. We have $25.4 million in it as of March 31st. However, when I met with Lockton and we reviewed our claims experience and the projections for the upcoming year, and that was in the middle of May that we did that. They had gone out to market, they had looked at the pharmacy benefit, they had looked at the pass-through pharmacy, and they said, if we project what you're gonna need to pay your claims with, assuming that Right Way is your pharmacy benefit manager, you are gonna need $27.5 million to pay your claims. Now, I don't want you to compare that number to the number on the top line. I want you to compare it to the number below, which is what our projected premiums bring in as our revenue. So we bring in $24.3 million in collective premiums through the variety of sources. The lion's share comes from the employer. The employees put their contribution amount in, and then retirees also send their amount in, either through it's deducted out of their pension or they submit payments. So what that means to us is we have a projected shortfall of $3.24 million. Now, projected shortfall. This isn't a sure thing. This is a projection based on the actuaries' assumptions. And they base those assumptions based on the information that they have on our plan members about what illnesses are in play right now, today, which ones they think are going to continue, which ones might drop off, what expenses are related to increased medical, just cost of doing business, right? Labor costs, supply chains, with what could be happening internationally related to supply chains and costs and all those things. So it's not just one of those bullets on the former slide. There's a lot that goes into play to get to a projection of what they believe we need for the upcoming plan year. And that number is $27.5 million if we change our PBM to Right Way. They're assuming some substantial savings for our plan because we'll be getting, instead of I'll call it a shell game with our PBM, where you really don't know what the cost is, you just kind of get the bill. But with Right Way, it's transparent and pass through. So we know we'll know what we're paying for the medications. And we will know that rebate is truly 100% rebate. We're told we're getting 100% rebate under our current agreement, but there's like this little loophole that allows them to be able to hold some back and send it over. Now, what's interesting is when you look at those pharmacy benefit proposals that came in, and you're going to see pass-through for RX benefits on the far right, you're going to see that their admin fee went up from $27,500 in the incumbent column, because they're our incumbent, to $420,000. So they shifted their expenses to that $420,000, and then you're going to see on the rebates that are going to come in, the rebates are going to be less than what would come in under Right Way. So Right Way is going to have a lower administrative fee. You're going to have higher rebates, and people will still be able to get their medications. But the benefit to the plan is that it's basically $1.6 million better offering when the proposals were reviewed. However, the savings on the projected expenses are $1 million because of all those other things I was telling you about, increased costs moving forward. So instead of $27.5 million with Right Way, if we stayed with our current PBM, we'd need $28.5 million in projected claims. And in relation to our current premiums that are coming into the plan of $24.3 million. So I put the best scenario of the shortfall, the projected shortfall, this isn't a given, this is projected, of $3.24 million. It could be better, it could be worse.
What do we project this fiscal year's shortfall being?
So did we get that number from Dennis? We're 101.6. We're running, it averages. It's like they do this 12-month rolling average. So if it stays on that trend, and if we stay at 100, we're 1.6% short. So 1.6%, I guess, of the 24.3 million, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, if you build in trend, you're likely going to be above. You're going to stay above the 100% threshold. If you simply doubled your 6-month cost today, you would be at 24.7 million.
Okay.
So, question,
That doesn't account for trend.
that's based on next year's premium cost. What's this year's premium cost?
It's the same. This is assuming premiums are exactly the way they are today. This is just without making any decisions, just being where we are
I
today.
think to the point that, like, if you're looking at the 101.6 right now for the current year, what's the current year premium cost?
We have 24.3, they take our
That's
sense.
projected for 25, 26.
Right, but it doesn't assume any increase in premiums. That's just keeping it current. This is, if we left our funding level the same and didn't do anything,
That's the gold.
That's-
That's the gold, the silver, and the RX. It's all at the same level, so it's 24.3 for 24, 25, and the projection
Right.
is 24.3 for 25, 26.
yeah, and it only changes based on the head count. So if the head count changes, then you'll have more premium coming in, but you could also have more risk, as we hire new members. It's a snapshot in time, and then they annualize it, but we fluctuate on our enrollment. We go up a few, down a few, up a few, down, based on
So what
new
has the
hires.
trends been in the last 6 months of our plan years, going back like a couple years?
If you look at this plan year, so October 24 through March 25 year to date, you're 28% up as far as your claims costs and total costs.
The second 6 months, what is the average? I mean, is that consistent that early on from October, and you got the flu season and everything, people using it, and then it kind of tails off, and then your last 6 months is where you don't have as much claims as you do in the first 6 months?
So seasonality trends with health plans actually say the opposite. The first 3 to 6 months of the plan should be the lower spend time because members are still meeting their deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums, and then the claims costs increase towards the last half of the year.
So let me ask you, obviously, we're in FY 24, 25 right now.
Yes.
And I'm reading that of 3/31/2025, so we have 6 months to go in this fiscal. What are we trending at for a deficit?
Well, that trust, we report on it quarterly. It's attached to our newsletter that goes out, and the newsletter, I think in April, had that it went up a little bit. The trust balance went up. I'd have to pull up the newsletter and see what that cost is.
So you're saying it's 1.6, right? So would that equal $388,800?
So the 1 point.
No, if it were at 101.6,
so-
if we maintain that, at the end of the year, we would take $388,800, or the trust fund would be reduced by $388,800, correct?
Well, the way that it works is the premiums go into the trust, right? The claims get paid out of the trust. All of our, so it's fluid, does that make sense?
So you have dollars coming in, dollars going out. But
Yes.
My question is, what do we project the effect on the fund balance on 9/30/25?
So 9/30 of 25, assuming, if we're short this year, how short are we gonna be? Do we have that number?
389,000 if it's
Well,
101.
that's, John, if we're true through 3/31/25, right? So that's the first 6 months of this fiscal.
Yes.
So if those trends continue until 9/30/25, my question is, what effect does that have on the fund balance?
Isn't your trend analysis based on what you believe it'll be at the end of the year, 101.6?
No.
Yes. No, that's year to date. So that's,
Year-to-date.
yeah, that's
What's your
current.
trend
That's
analysis
actual.
for the end of the year?
So trends this year were projected to be around 7%,
7%.
and that's combined medical and pharmacy.
$1.7 million?
Yes, that's trending for the 12.3. That's current cost, is that what?
At 24.3,
Yes,
so 7% would be $1.7
Yes.
million.
Correct.
Reduction in the insurance trust fund balance.
correct.
Right, but then on 9/30 of '26, this trend is indicating 3.2 million.
So, yeah, I think what they're suggesting is if we make the changes, a couple of things that need to happen. We need to offset the costs, just getting right to it, is eliminating the coverage of one drug, which is the GLP one. I think there's some other ones but that's the one that's gotten most attention. And then there's also the need to offset the premiums by increasing the gold. And my understanding is that because the silver is actually already subsidizing the gold, so print plan, so therefore the logical, depending on what seat you're sitting in, silver or gold, is that you're going to increase that premium. And those two things combined reduce the $3.2 million potential deficit to,
Well, we would get funding in $1.72 million. So that would reduce it to,
so the point being is there still be another $1.5 million at the end of
right.
2026 that would come out of the insurance trust fund.
Right, and that's with an increase on the gold plan, premium.
Correct.
And so these projections, of course, take into account the experience that you've felt over the last 12 months. So of course, if that experience improves, those projections would reduce.
Yeah, so we were shooting for about half of what they said would be a shortfall, the 3.2 million, in order to recoup or get us in a better place where we weren't dipping into the savings, living on savings for the plan.
And to minimize the impact to those employees that might experience, or members that may experience a premium increase.
Right. Now, this is just an option, this premium increase. 1.33 million would come from the employer, and 392,000 would come from employee contributions. The way that it works is we would increase the employer, well, the total monthly premium goes up as represented there, and then we would increase the employer's contribution amount to make up the lion's share of that increase, and then we would retain the silver employee premiums at their current rates because we're hoping to keep an affordable place for our members to be, who are for our working families. And then
Silver subsidized gold, right?
yeah, and then the employee gold would go up $5 on the single and $42.5 on the gold for the family.
That's a lot more.
It is. That's just an option. That's just a way of getting us in a little bit better place. The other thing we were looking at was what John had spoken about. In addition to selecting Right Way as our PBM, that's what gets us the 3.2 million gap, right? We would further reduce it by removing the GLP-1 weight loss medications from coverage. So as of May 31st, we had 241 covered members that are receiving this medication under the plan. The actual year-to-date cost, based on that information that I received, was $930,000 from January through May of 2025. So when I annualize that, that comes out to like 2.2 million in expenses for the medication. But removing this benefit would disrupt 241 members who are currently receiving this medication under the plan. And members, the option would be for members to be referred to what we call direct-to-manufacturer programs. They're able to access, they can actually get the medication at 50% of the cost that the plan pays for it. And I was asking Tressa, I said, is there an end date on those offerings? And Tressa, what did you
No, there's no end date. It's just the manufacturer selling directly to consumers.
So it's their direct-to-consumer price, but they charge us more.
Correct.
I've actually talked to some of our employees that are on this medication, and that's not the way that that works. I know that that is the way that the manufacturers claim that those programs work, but it's not like you just send it to them and they're going to send it to you for 50% off. So, and I did call one of the doctors and talk to them about referring, and it sounds good on paper, but it doesn't work like that in reality.
What did they say was happening, the employee?
You'll be lucky if you get them to sell it to you once, and you'll never get it again.
That's interesting. I do have some, my neighbor, some family members that are getting it direct from Eli Lilly. And they're getting it, they used to get it in, it comes in like a pin that you can just stick yourself, similar to some of the diabetes meds. And they are selling it to them in a vial versus the pin injector because that costs more. But my neighbor's getting it for like $499 a month, and she's been getting it for probably the last 6 months. Some other people that I know are doing it as well and getting it. So I don't know if that person or some that you spoke to may have been having an issue or a reason why.
No, that's just the doctors are suggesting, referring people to compounding pharmacies versus the manufacturer, because the manufacturer, we'd be happy to pass that on to whomever, the information that you have, but that's not what's going on within this community. So I know that's on the slide, but I just want to point out that locally, that's not what's happening. And then I did have a question, Suzanne.
Sure.
As I recall, several years ago, maybe it was probably multiple years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, we talked about prescription benefits because at that time we had like 1 or 2 members of our group that their prescription medication was actually costing the group like $500,000 a piece.
Yeah.
We did not drop that medication.
No, that was for a medical diagnosis, cystic fibrosis, if I recall correctly. So it was to treat a medical condition. And in fact, GLP-1s will still be covered for diabetes. Under the plan, you would still have access to a GLP-1 if you were prescribed for the treatment of diabetes. And we have people today that are on it for that reason. The numbers that I reviewed and that I obtained from Locked-In are related to weight loss medications. And go ahead, John.
I was just going to say, when you're done, Mr. Chair, I do have to convey some, I guess, employee thoughts, as well as I also spoke to a doctor because this is causing a lot of angst with our employees, and some of them are reticent about coming forward and making comments because I just want to be able to convey those thoughts so the board is aware and that we've represented the employees.
And that's what I came in the beginning of this conversation, that there are many that expressed but felt that they were violating HIPAA by talking about their topic.
Yeah.
And that most certainly isn't the case if they're not identifying or releasing information, because that was not the intent of the HIPAA law to begin with.
Right.
But people have used that as an avenue, an umbrella, not to be able to speak upon it. But again, we're discussing GLP-1. There are other medications available at a far different price that are intended for that reason. And I don't know if anybody has discussed them. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, I'll say,
Nobody here is a doctor, but we have a pharmacy expert.
I was going to say, just for the record, you're correct that the doctors were referring people a lot of times to those compounding pharmacies because there was a shortage with the GLP-1 weight loss medications at a time. And so these compounding pharmacies were allowed to compound, but the shortage is over. And so they will no longer be able to compound these GLP-1 medications for weight loss. The FDA and the government is going to make sure that those compounding pharmacies cannot compound those medicines anymore. And so that's why the manufacturers know they have to kind of step up their game and make sure, if they want to sell this medication, because a lot of plans don't cover them, they have to do this direct to consumer and be more aggressive about it.
What are the other medications in the pipeline?
Yeah, so in the weight loss category, there are older medications that are pills that have been out, appetite suppressants and things that have been out in the market. You can get a 30-day supply of those for $20. And you guys, if you were to remove GLP-1s for weight loss, which, they're much greater, the efficacy, what they're doing, they're great medications. If you were to remove that coverage, you could keep the weight loss medications, the older ones that are appetite suppressants and things, you could continue to cover those. They're very cheap, and I have had some other plans do that.
Are there new medications coming on board that should be less expensive than the injectables that we know about?
Not at this time for weight loss. The GLP-1s for weight loss right now, there's one pill that, doesn't work as well. It's a diabetes pill currently, but they are studying it for weight loss as well. But the price is about the same.
Okay.
And so currently there are no generics in the works for the weight loss GLP-1s yet.
Again, not being a doctor or medically trained in prescribing, but just being aware, how much do we cover for Botox?
You say, how much do you pay for Botox?
No, I don't use the product. No, you almost got me there. No.
He's naturally this refreshed.
I'm just, yeah.
We need to sell whatever you
thank
use.
you. Thank you. She's far younger than all of us.
So currently, under our plan, you're asking about Botox coverage?
Yes, it just.
So for cosmetics, it wouldn't be covered. It would be
Wouldn't be covered.
an elective, but for some, like some
For
people's migraines are treated.
Migraines,
with
excessive
Botox.
sweating is another diagnosis.
The reason being is because we're talking about GLP-1. Botox was developed to treat people with neuromuscular afflictions, and it's not even used. I mean, that was the direction it went, but everybody used it. I see it gets used in the environment community, but we don't pay for that. That's a cosmetic application.
Unless it's for migraines.
And yeah, so there
sweating.
is a way. And there are many, the meeting is he might need some Botox for the migraine now he's getting. But, there are many medications that we don't cover because they're elective. I will say there's even some antibiotics, which are not vanity products, but they're not covered. There's one antibiotic, we won't mention by name, it's tremendous in cost. They said, we don't cover that. Or eventually, the copay was so great, the copay was off the wall, that people just stopped, I guess they stopped prescribing it. So again, are we being geared by patient health, patient want, or economics?
So under our current plan, we have access to GLP-1 coverage for people who do not have diabetes for the purpose of weight loss if they have a certain BMI level and if they have a comorbidity. So it's not just anybody can go. There is a prior authorization process currently with Express Scripts that we put in place in 2024, at the end of 2024, when we saw it was jumping. That would still be in place under Right Way. They would still manage it through prior making sure you meet the BMI, that the doctor's notes back it up, and that you have comorbidity. Comorbidities are things like
High blood pressure, high cholesterol.
those types of things. And our group, as we saw in that other statistic, we have higher illness burden rate. We're kind of a little bit more higher, moderate to high risk, 47%, I think it was. So, but that's a criteria that's in place today under the plan. We do have 241 members that are, and I assume they're finding a benefit from being on this medication, that it's helping them with weight loss goals, with reduction of blood pressure, certain things that they're experiencing, potentially even their blood sugar levels and things like that. So there's very likely a benefit beyond the weight loss on the health side of things. We just don't have any way to quantify it, to say, hey, it's gonna give us a return next year of, well, while we're paying out here, we're gonna get this much back through avoidance or improved health. We just don't have any way to quantify that. But I'm sure it exists. I just can't quantify it.
And we, Suzanne, of the 241, we don't know what amount are having it for diabetes.
None of those are diabetes. Those are all weight loss. We pulled the numbers specifically just for those that don't have the diagnosis of diabetes but are taking it for weight loss. So I just want to be clear about that.
How many are using it for diabetes?
Oh, I don't even know if we looked at it for that, because we wouldn't stop covering it for diabetes.
So the ones that are taking it for weight loss right now still have to meet the comorbidity?
That's the current prior authorization. Mhm.
Currently,
Yeah.
so they're taking it for weight loss, but they also meet one of those, they also check one of those other comorbidity boxes.
High blood pressure, heart.
So it's not like, oh, I can't fit into my favorite skirt, and I'm just gonna go down and get some GLP-1.
Correct. And I guess,
Can I just,
go
on
ahead.
this conversation, because I did speak with, had conversation with a medical doctor, and I'm gonna, I wrote it out, so I'm just gonna read it. One, there exists relevant medical data to support the reduction of obesity, and not just severe or morbid obesity. They concurred that the healthcare costs for adults, I've shared some of the information about they're much higher for adults that are obese than those that are healthy weight. And I think the numbers that you all provided were 43% higher for those obese, 79% for those with severe obesity. And she did note that she couldn't speak to those costs specifically, but the benefits of the impact, the costs, her opinion, will rise as overall health declines in the long run with all comorbidities associated with obesity. Believes it will cost the county more to address and cover chronic conditions to include but not limited diabetes, coronary artery disease, peripheral vascular disease, and stroke. Other benefits noted were joint pain and improved mobility, excess weight, stress on the joints and increased risk of osteoporosis. And then she also noted mental health, depression, and anxiety. And that would go towards the comment that one employee was very specific with, is that they've struggled with in addition to another medical condition, but maintaining their weight, which is affected. And that this has helped them lose their weight, attain a lifestyle in terms of exercise and nutrition, where they were previously unable to because they were fatigued and they couldn't exercise outside just basic walking. And this particular employee was very anxious, doesn't feel comfortable coming here because they're quote unquote, felt like they didn't want to be fat shamed because they weren't controlling their weight. So that's kind of what some of the employees had shared. And then that's when I reached out to the doctor, and I know, and one of the things I talked to Suzanne is like, when we look at our marathon, our wellness center, and about 11% of our prescriptions are coming from them because they're identifying the potential need for it. I just want to share that information.
Right, and along those lines, so when we talk about that second bullet about removing the weight loss medications, my role in overseeing this health plan and in looking at trends and spend and cost-saving opportunities or places where we're paying too much for something where we can get the same thing but not pay as much. When I partner with Lockton and we evaluate those kinds of things, we do what we can on that end, getting what you can at a more reasonable cost. But we're not going to be able to say who's going to have a diagnosis of a serious illness or a hospital admission or a complicated pregnancy that results in a NICU stay or, all those different things that can hit the plan. And the GLP-1s came on the market in 2022, and doctors were started prescribing them, and our members, because the plan covered it, started taking them, and cost, started moving up because it was something that was a benefit under the plan. Then where it comes in, it's like, okay, well, when we get we're going to be in the red, when the projections aren't matching what's coming in the account. It's almost like if I have money coming in and I get an increase on my rent, and now I'm short, I got to do something to get more money coming in. So those are kind of the choices. We either make a modification or we look at funding opportunity, or in the case of a healthy savings account, do we live on our savings? Those are all things to consider. It's hard to say, yeah, let's remove this coverage from the plan. Just as many folks who are, I like this benefit, it's benefiting me, legitimate benefiting. I had somebody that was sharing with me that they had been on a weight loss medication, one of the ones you were talking about, Tressa, years ago, and it just made them sick, and they just stopped taking it. And they've dealt with weight for a long, long time. They just recently started on the GLP-1, and in a short period of time, 20 pounds has come off. And they'd never made that type of progress before, and they did see a positive on their blood pressure. It impacted their blood pressure. So those are some real testimonials, if you would, about the benefit. But then we are left with the decisions that have to be made related to when the costs are increasing to provide the benefits that we're providing. What are our next steps? What should we do in response to that, if anything?
Speaking of testimonials, can you enumerate on the weight loss programs that we have here in Indian River County for the employees?
So we have no specific weight loss programs in Indian River County for employees, but we have had discussions with Marathon and the wellness persons with Lockton regarding what makes sense for helping support our members with weight loss programs. Now, there's lots of weight loss programs out there. Myself, I took advantage of weight loss, Weight Watchers years ago. That was back in.
Did that work out for you?
It worked out great. I dropped 50 pounds, but it took a lot of.
I didn't notice. I'm just.
No, but it took a lot of work. I mean, I went to the meetings. I did the thing. It was slow. It was like 2 pounds a week. When you're going along, but that helped me. That was available to me. Those are available today, but we still are left with the reality that there are people who have struggled with weight loss, who didn't succeed in a program that's out there, who likely might not succeed with a weight loss program, although we would put together the best thing that we could. Yeah.
The reason why I bring it up is, we have 20% of the organizational population affecting the other 80%. And they're paying the burden. And I brought up the weight loss programs because we did have something here. It was informal, and guess what? It worked. It worked well, okay? If you make a cognizant decision, And again, I understand there's other elements. I myself, personally, many years ago, made a decision, and it worked. And we all know, everybody here, we know one individual that has lost over 180 pounds by dedication. Not one controlled substance. No, it's about commitment. And we're talking about going on this because there's a way to trick the system, that a drug that was never intended for that purpose is now utilizing it. Now it's driving our costs skyrocketing.
I mean, it is a real, it's a real, it's real. The numbers are real. The number
may
of
work.
people that are on the medication and who are being benefited by the medication, that find value in that medication, that's real as well. I guess, I think, you know, when you start thinking about this and this sentence, members would be referred to direct manufacturer programs being able to access lower cost cash pay rates, 50% savings over plan costs. That seems so impersonal, that statement, right? It's like, it just seems like, oh yeah, we're just gonna refer you over. I wish that those medications weren't that high cost. I wish the pharmacy benefit managers would make it affordable for a plan to provide it. But when you start thinking about the sustainability of $930,000 in a five-month period for that medication to be dispensed and then annualize it, we can do it if we pay for it. We just have to pay for it. And that's the thing. It's like you have to fund it.
So, Mr. Chair, I've just, since in an effort to kind of, apparently we have multiple options that they
Yeah.
want feedback on.
Thank you.
So in an effort to give you where I am on this particular option, I'm not willing to take that away from 241 people on top of the other people that are getting it, because they meet a comorbidity and it is something that is prescribed to them by a doctor. And I do feel like at some point, there is a savings there in the longer term. We had the same conversation, Suzanne, if you recall, about starting the health clinic, because what was told to us about the health clinic is it wasn't going to save us anything and it was going to cost us a bunch of money. And what has happened is it has been a great benefit that the employees love, and it has saved us on emergency room visits. So I put this in that same category, and just for my fellow commissioners, I'm not willing to take away a prescription benefit that is agreed upon by and prescribed by a doctor, of which I am not, especially considering we've had instances in the past where people have been prescribed things that cost entirely more than that for one person.
Right.
So that's where I'm at, and if, I don't know if everybody else wants to weigh in on it before we move on to everything else,
They
but
will.
there's other,
Well, yeah.
there's other things that we need to consider, so if we could
Well-
do that.
I would agree with Commissioner Adams. There's no doubt that we shouldn't take that away from 241 employees or anybody else that works for this county, whether constitutional or not. It's a life-changing thing, sure. You can do it the hard way. You can go to the gym every day, run 5 miles a day, eat broccoli all day, and never, you know, and do it that way. And this is just, for certain lifestyles, it's life-changing. And there's no doubt in my mind, once these people reach their goal, you won't be incurring the expenses that you were incurring when they were overweight and had high blood pressure and high cholesterol and all that sort of stuff. I think there's definitely a benefit of that, and I would be remiss to take it away from these folks. I guess the only question I have, Suzanne, is a couple of them.
Sure.
The initial Blue Cross deal to go lock it in for 2 more years and 3. I mean, basically, this is a proposal now where they would end it when? When would our deal with them end?
It would end at the end of 2026. is our normal deal. We would be entering the last year of our agreement, and they came to us and said, listen, we really like the partnership. We are going to step up our game. We're going to put additional money towards it, and we're going to hold the rate for 3 years, a 3% increase at the end.
Let me ask y'all, do you think this is such a good plan, that basically we kind of lock it in now? Or should we go out to bids next year and see what the market holds for us?
Great question. So we think this is a competitive offer. Their rates are definitely within the benchmark range for what we see as far as fees, and their wellness funding is very high. With that being said, you do have provisions that allow you to terminate early. So you're not locked in with no options for 4 years.
So in other words, if we could still go out to bid if we wanted to?
Correct.
So this doesn't lock us in for 3 years or anything like that?
No, with the medical contract, there's no, as long as you give them proper notice, which is typically about 60 days, you can terminate early.
Okay. I hope, let me see.
The other-
I've had my issues with Blue Cross, and I'm not a big fan, but I'm willing to give it a try if they're willing to up their game and do a little better on that.
So Commissioner, the other item related to that is, I think Suzanne mentioned, is they replaced the customer service team that was working with us. And then in this new contract, they are proposing up to a 10% reduction of administrative fees based on certain benchmarks if they're not made.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad for that. And let's go to the rates for a second. I know the gold plan for families going up 42, and the single would go up 5, and no increase to the silver or single. And I know you said it drives that, because probably we have more people on silver than we do gold. Is that why it's kind of covering the cost, or?
No, you have less, the claims are lower on the silver plan. How are we doing on that silver plan?
So the silver plan generally runs better than the gold plan just because it has the higher deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums. And then there's going to be some adverse selection there. So typically the richer plans do attract the sicker population. And then alternatively, you price them accordingly so that you're recouping some of that in contribution.
Gotcha.
As she mentioned, the silver supplement.
So that 42 and that $5, so that basically that $47.50 increase is gonna make a huge difference?
That's per month.
A month?
Per month.
I know, is it gonna make a huge difference?
So as from a premium perspective, it's going to be $1.72 million total between the employer contribution and the additional employee contributions and retiree contributions coming in.
Okay, and we're saving money by going to Right Way
Yes.
versus that, so is it gonna kind of offset it?
So,
Suzanne, can you touch, because I think an important point here is
yeah.
the retirees, though. I think everybody needs to hear this.
It's fine, because I'm gonna tell you where I'm going for this. I'd like to leave everything the same. That's where I'd like to be, the rate 400.
So just so you know, with the
110.
proposed rate increases that were in the agreement, and our decision is, I'll kind of put it down to this one. Here we can increase premiums to capture money, right? We can get money to increase premiums, leave the benefit in there. We can remove the GLP-1 benefit. We can kind of maybe look at increasing co-payments on the GLP-1 medication, which are currently $50 and $65 for a 1-month supply. Right now, the cost share is members are paying 5% of the cost of the meds through their cost share, and the plan's paying 95%. Or if the individuals, the board wants to keep the benefits current and the funding level status quo means no more money's going in, you're going in with your eyes wide open, you realize the actuary has projected the costs, you've got the trend information, but you're like, well, we've got the $25 million in the bank, and we're okay if we fund it through that trust balance as needed over the next plan year, and working with Lockton and Marathon to potentially evaluate options for the next plan year. don't know what those options might be to give the value, but I guess it's really a matter of deciding where, are any of the roads good? The road of leave everything as it is and no rate increases and not dipping into savings would be the best road, but it doesn't exist.
That's where I would like to be. Keep current benefits of funding level status quo, monitor and reevaluate, see where we go with this, what we're saving on prescriptions, what we possibly saving on. Actually, the GLP, we're getting less cost for other stuff. That's where I'm at. I'd like to see everything say status quo with the new enhancements.
With the other recommendations?
Yes, with right way, with all the other stuff. That's where I'd like to be.
Well, Mr. Chair,
You can't beat.
Captain might want to, that might be where he wants to be, but that's not the reality. Tressa, for you, I think the generic isn't it 14 to 17 years after the patent?
Yes, and currently manufacturers are finding loopholes in that because you may have heard that the GLP-1s are being studied now just about everything. Sleep apnea, it was approved, mental health, and that will extend the life if they get those approvals on that.
Right, and I've heard it called the miracle drug before.
Yep.
Didn't I read in the backup, Suzanne, that many of our employees are taking this up to a year? And after a year, they have reached the point, like the
So that
captain
was
says.
a general statement in regard to GLP-1 utilization that Lockton's data research revealed, and maybe you can explain that.
Yeah,
Rachel.
the average discontinuation rate of GLP-1s for weight loss is 52% of patients taking it. And so
Half
that's,
that start, stop.
yes.
And Suzanne, if we couple that with, I would say, overwhelming success of our clinic, I think we're reaching John goals quicker than we thought with respect to our clinic. Have we seen any trends specific with our clinic that are reducing cost on the non-clinic patients?
So not specifically, I know that Lockton and Marathon, because we had the change from Everside to Marathon, there's a new data sharing relationship that is being worked through. And then once they start getting those claims data, they're actually going to be able to produce us some ROI data on that. If we were to say the 2,000 and something visits that we had to the health center, and we were to say, hey, what would be a normal cost for just a general office visit? You know, you could look at it that way, but I think, and then we've got the lost time factor of it's very convenient for people to go and get there. We put that in a great location, and people don't have to miss a lot of time from work to go to the doctor
And we
anymore.
also
So
save
it's
on
safe to
the,
say that, it's safe to say that those over 2,000 visits to the clinic have in fact saved us money and time.
It certainly saved us time, and I would say that it's saved money from office visits as well.
Right, and isn't it true with the GLP, since I think, Trustee, you said 2022? So essentially, we really don't have a track record on showing the increase, although we do know that we went from around 200 to 214 to now 241. So we're seeing an increase in the GLP, but we don't have any historical data to tell us what it was in 2022.
The cost, I have a listing of the
The
cost.
participants.
No, I didn't pull that. I pulled the cost. In 2022, you guys spent $700,000, 23, $1.22 million, and 24, $2.29 million. And when we were talking about people stopping the drug, what they found is that when folks stop the drug, they do regain the weight. So we would want them to stay on the medication.
Right. So Tressa, it's fair to say that, similar to Commissioner Adams, absent the price of the GLP, absent the price, we recognize the benefit. Absent the price, we wouldn't be having this discussion.
Correct. They work.
Right.
They work. They're just very expensive.
But it's unfortunate that the price are so exorbitant that, I think, John, you said 12%. So about 88% of our employees are picking up the tab for 12% of the participants.
Well, our total covered lives are 3,900. So it's about 6% of the total covered lives
But then
that are currently
yeah,
receiving.
but you mentioned that out of the 241, 214 were employees.
214 were either retirees
Or
or
employees,
employees.
correct.
Right.
And the other additional are the members, a spouse or a,
And Tressa, your experience, do you see in the next fiscal any signs that GLP prices would come down with competition and other factors?
We are not seeing that the prices are going to come down, no. Like I said, they're studying it for all these other conditions, so they're grabbing more market share. The PBMs, the pharmacy benefit managers, are not pushing for costs to come down because they are being paid exorbitant rebates from these drugs by the manufacturers to get on their formulary. So not at this time, no.
Have we seen any correlation with, say, knee, other joint, different types of hip pains, a decrease in that since 2022?
osteo? Do we look anything at our osteo?
No, we don't have that information available today. We could bring that as a follow-up.
Yeah, I was going to say, just in general, we've been trying to help employers figure this out too, an ROI for paying for this. And there just haven't been any studies yet that have proved that. When we took a look at our locked-in book of business, we kind of saw the opposite, where we saw maybe like gastrointestinal, if a plan covers these, because there are a ton of side effects for a lot of folks. Gastrointestinal being one. We've seen that category increase, or maybe some emergency room visits because sometimes, there's some bowel blockage and things that could happen. But we're just not able to show yet. I mean, we know, like you spoke to a doctor. All doctors feel that if people lose weight, it's going to help them, right? We just haven't been able to show it in the claims data yet. But we are looking for that. I think everyone's looking for it.
It's probably too early. I guess the best example I was given was, I don't know what the name of the drug is, but those that have hepatitis. At one point in time, insurance companies, self-funded or whatever, would not fund the drug that you could take it, I think, like for a period of a couple months?
3 months, yes.
3 months, and then because it was like $100,000 a month, and they're like, no way. And then they come to figure out after a long period, at a time of studying it, then they determine like, wow, this is not gonna hit, dialysis, liver failure, all these other conditions over the life of the patient. So it was cheaper to pay the $300,000, or upfront than deal with those long-term effects. So there's probably just not enough historical data with the correlation of the two.
Right. And John, what did you share with me about the percentage of either government entities or private that actually, was it 38?
Yeah, so there's 29% of self-funded groups are covering this right now, and interesting, 38% of government service employers are doing it.
And I would say-
Right now.
38% are participating in it.
Yes, are participating in covering GLP, but they're probably having similar conversations, in all fairness.
I talk about this every day with an employer group. And also, we're seeing more large employers cover it. So if we look at 20,000 and above, I would say 70% of those are covering it. Under that, it's closer to what you said, 30, 40.
Do you see that if somebody is taking this, do you see, you mentioned, or it was discussed earlier about the addition of the BMI, I think you said, Suzanne, and then a comorbidity. Do you see a transfer of that? Is there the possibility, they're doing it, and then they're just going to add the other to it so they can get covered? Are you seeing that?
That doctors may be trying to get around the prior authorization. We are seeing that. And some of the larger PBMs in the past the doctor just had to check a box on an attestation form to say, yes, the patient is obese, or yes, the patient has diabetes. looking at the diabetes GLP-1s. But the PBM that you guys are with through RX Benefits is doing an actual review of the chart notes. So they require a provider to send that in. They're actually looking through the chart notes to see if the person has tried something else and if there's been documentation, not all of a sudden it's just written in the chart notes.
So what would Right Way's practices be going forward? So if you're recommending that we move from RX to Right Way, are they going to be following something similar to ensure that it's not circumventing? I'm just
Yes.
curious.
Right Way does also check the chart notes. Yes.
And Right Way has pharmacists on staff. Maybe talk a little bit about Right Way.
Yeah. So they have pharmacists on, what they do when I mentioned they drive to the lowest net cost. So if a person fills a drug, and they have a team of pharmacists and pharmacy technicians that are constantly monitoring the claims. So what they would do if they see a person is filling a drug that may have a cheaper alternative, a generic, or if they've received one pill, and if they look and they know that 2 pills would be cheaper to achieve that 1 milligram, they will contact either the member or the doctor to let them know there's something cheaper in that category that the patient could be switched to. And Suzanne, I know you mentioned their app. Their app has a lot of that as well. If you go to the pharmacy and you fill your prescription, you may get a notification from them an hour later that says, you know what, you filled that, but hey, there's something cheaper for you and for your plan. So they are very technologically advanced as well as clinically advanced. And there are some categories, like I mentioned, if there's something just really crazy where there's 2 pills that may cost $5,000 or 1 pill that may cost $5,000, but the person could take 2 for $1,000. Now, they may mandate the person change, but if there's a totally separate drug that's cheaper in that category, then it could be up to the member or the doctor, and they don't have to change to the other drug. So that's kind of some of the benefits we see with them.
And Right Way actually does the outreach as opposed to putting it back on the member to jump through the hoops. Right Way takes the lead on that.
Correct.
And John, this is kind of peripheral, but as far as the employee benefit plan that we are proud of, vision, dental, et cetera, obviously we probably don't want to advertise this, but we do think that in the long run, perhaps this could save us in a variety of other things, from surgeries to high blood pressure to even the worst. So we have to think about that as well. And again, we wouldn't have this discussion if it wasn't for the cost.
So, not a doctor, didn't stay at Holiday Inn last night, but I will go back to the conversation. Not a doctor, didn't stay at Holiday Inn last night, but I will go back to the conversation I had. And I think Teresa, her point about most doctors will tell you the reduction in obesity has numerous, positive, health benefits over the long term, reduction of cardiovascular diseases, I mentioned, osteoporosis, there are a couple things. There was the blood pressure, even strokes. So I think we're at a point with this particular medication, it would seem, if you're kind of like a research person, is like there's not enough data. I mean, there's data that exists that shows the reduction of obesity leads to blank, 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 blank. So now this one, I mean, how this sustains itself, because I don't know how many people thought COVID was a great shot, and then all of a sudden, how many people regretted it? But right now, this is something, and I can tell you that there, in all honesty, and I'm not on it, there are some employees that are very anxious about this.
And for some clients, they're making this decision more on a talent attraction and retention philosophy and not to do with the long-term effects that aren't known at this time. So there may be that high discontinuation rate, the cost of the medication is high, but at the end of the day, do you want to disrupt your population and what's best for your members?
Let me travel a whole different set of tracks.
Okay,
I apologize.
no problem.
Okay. Doctors do prescribe medical marijuana.
They do.
Great benefits. Okay. How much is our coverage plan for that?
Pretty sure we don't cover that.
I know we don't cover that. And here's the point. All of the testimonials about how great it is, there are some people that state that they cannot live without that medical marijuana, okay? When you leave here today, you'll find, as you're driving back to where you live, you'll
See that.
be able to identify the amount of people who are dependent upon it. And they're paying for that themselves. They go to these places with the leaves on it. And that's a choice. So we can hear about the testimonials, and if you need something that has to be a beyond, I get it. You know, none of us are medical practitioners, but we have a responsibility to be accountable to the public, to the ratepayer, to the employees. We have to be accountable to all. And it's just a tremendous offset here, because when Tressa can say, the study is clear, when you come off that drug, you're back on it. So we're actually paying for you to be at a certain point, okay? Well, the taxpayer's paying, and the ratepayer is paying. But once you come off of that, you're not fixing the problem. All we're doing is masking, the same way as what medical marijuana is doing, but we don't pay for that either. It may be a good comfort, but is it a solution? I'll tell you this, I heard of individuals who were dependent upon a certain eye drop that had to go through 6 months of a challenge and doctor justification and doctor requests, and then another pre-authorization, and then a diagnosis again. And then finally, I understand that the payment for the prescription was then authorized, okay? A delay in service to the members, and some members actually just bought their medication. So it's not just about GLP-1. It's about so many different things. Just we're talking about GLP-1 because it is driving the cost factor. It is projected to drive the cost factor off the charts. And as a matter of fact, after this conversation, I'm sure we're going to see a rise in the ticker very soon. So regardless of what we do, people will be compelled, hey, got to get on the program while the program is available. And we would see a skyrocketing number. I just anticipate that. And that has no medical value whatsoever. It's just a matter of human nature. Once again, Tressa, when you said that the evidence is there, when you come off the drug, you're snapping right back. There are people that turn back bariatric operations as well, too. And that's up to them. But again, that's why I mentioned a health program. No, because they have worked, and we have done it, and I think that's an option far beyond having everybody pay the price for something that's artificially inseminating a quality of life that's perceived and not real.
I just had a couple of questions. Could you refresh my memory? What is the current trust balance? That's one of the options, is taking
Right there on the top bullet.
25.4 million.
25.4 million, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And the other question is, I think on the option before that one, I'll call it option 3, I believe there were 4 options. The next slide, the top of that page. Is that the 5% member cost share?
Yes.
Is that, how do you arrive at that? Are there other medications that are in this category where they're
No.
very expensive and?
This is just the GLP cost share for the $930,000 plan expense.
$1 million.
The members paid $53,734.
As it exists today?
For that period, that January through May 2025, that's what members have paid towards that
Are there
medication.
opportunities to adjust that?
They're
Yeah, so we do have some plans that tackle this through cost share. The only problem with that is that if you increase what employees are paying, they'll simply meet their out-of-pocket maximum faster. And if they had already been meeting their out-of-pocket maximum, it may collect some additional income at the start of the year. But had they already met that out-of-pocket maximum, it's not going to really move the needle, if that makes sense.
No pun intended, but that's 5 months,
Yes.
5 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think that answers my question, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I hate to deny a covered medication. Taking it out of the trust balance really is our only option then. If you don't want to deny it, you're not going to increase the member cost share. Right, it's going to come out of the trust.
Mr. Chair, I'll be glad to make a motion.
Well, we want to hear, there's somebody's patiently waiting, I think he wants to speak, and I'd like to hear from anybody who has attended, even though many said that they couldn't attend because they wouldn't want to violate HIPAA, but
Can I just mention one thing, kind of based on what you said with regaining the weight? Not so much with where you guys are today with RX benefits and ESI, but if you were to move to Right Way does partner with some of the external weight loss or weight management programs, and some of those go as far as to require members to get the drug from one of their doctors or be seen by one of their doctors. They have to participate in some type of weight management as far as meeting with a dietitian or, prove that they're exercising or some other things in order to keep getting the medication. So hypothetically, if you guys were to enroll in a program like that, a member would have to show that they have weighed themselves 5 times a month, and then they would be given a check mark to say, okay, they are participating, they've met with the dietitian, they have access to the drug. So if you wanted to put more parameters around it, you could. Now, some of those programs may charge, $50 per employee per month or per participating member per month, so it is an added cost, but at least that way, I've had some employer groups that put that in place. You know that they're getting some help on the back end, so maybe they won't have to come back to the medicine if they titrate off of it. So that is another option. Just wanted to make sure I put that out there.
Could the employee be the one responsible for that,
For the cost,
the program cost?
no, it would, the employer, I'm sorry. I
No,
thought
the
you said
employee.
Employer would be responsible, yeah.
I wish that was projected earlier too, because that sounds a lot more appealing, because it puts skin in the game for the individual, and there is a proving point. I guess maybe that eye drop discussion might have compelled it, because as I understand, it took 6 months, and having to have the doctor authorize, the doctor to diagnose, and then put in for the pre-authorization. And while this process was taking place, however, if you have a system, if Right Way has a system where, you have a little skin in the game and you have prerequisites if you're to have the continuance of the product, I'll just call it product.
I know exactly what eye drop you're talking about. And what it is, it has a prior authorization on it, because what they look at is that they say that there are over-the-counter eye drops that can work the same as that particular eye drop. So a lot of times with those things, they require a member to try and fail, some that are over-the-counter, some others that are cheaper. My son is on that same eye drop, so I had to go through that as well from a personal story. And I know that it works way better than ones that are on the market. over the counter. But yeah, that one is more of a prior authorization, have to try and fail, versus the weight management program would kind of be like a gatekeeper, where you know that people that are taking the medication are getting assistance with possibly coming off the medication and how to make a lifestyle change.
I'm familiar with that process.
So if we had 241 people as of today would as a caveat, have to go to some type of dietitian, that would be an extra cost to the employer. However, that would put, excuse me, Captain.
Put it in check?
That would be some type of safeguard. John, do you have an estimate? I know we looked at January through 5/31. I was curious about October, November, and December of 24, and the forecast for the balance of this fiscal.
Well, I mean, I think she has it up there, and what we
Only
don't
5
have is, we know it's 25.4 million in the insurance trust fund, and I think we said if the projections continue, we'd be looking at additional $1.9 million. So at 23.4, 1.9 to 25.3.
Do we know, Suzanne, at the end of last fiscal, did we have to dip into the fund balance last year?
No, we have that earlier.
The loss ratio is,
On the
the
loss
loss ratio is
ratio.
less than
So this would be
100%.
the first year.
So when the loss ratio is less than 100%, we're good. It's when it's over 100% that
And
we start.
the other thing I will add is that our health insurance trust fund has continued to increase. I think for the second quarter, I know we're up more than what was projected in terms
Yeah,
of
I
like the
actually,
balance. It was like,
Marcella
wasn't it like
sent me that information.
Couple hundred $100,000 in the second quarter? I think we're up by 3%.
We were up 2.97%. It went up $735,312.
That's what it was.
So as of March 31st, we were at the $25.4 million in that fund balance.
So if we can move this forward, if we included some type of dietitian and we examine this for the balance of this fiscal and next fiscal, John, so we're talking 15, 16 months. At this time next year, we come up with some type of additional information that Tressa would have that perhaps we don't have right now. And I would like to have some type of stop measure if we got over a certain amount of employees. Because of this thing, I hate to say it, becomes contagious, and we're up to 341 this time next year, we have to be in a position to make a policy, a significant policy change.
So I'm going to ask both of you, how has that been implemented elsewhere? Something to that effect where...
John, could you say that again?
I'm going to ask our insurance consultants, our brokers, how has that been implemented elsewhere where like mid-plan year you say, wait, this is like, this has gone up 500%, you know, how has that been done? And is there any legal implications of stopping something that was approved at the beginning of a planned year?
So I actually have a large employer group here in Florida. They're about 12,000 lives that covered weight loss medications. And they've decided to stop covering for July 1st, and that's mid-plan year for them. They consulted with their ERISA attorney. They had to prepare some type of documents that went out to the employees to give them 3 months' notice, is what they were told by their attorney. And then they had to update their benefit guide to state that in their summary plan description. But yes, we have seen it happen mid-year. So, you know, we could, if you guys wanted to say, you know, if the cost went up by another $500,000, we could monitor it on a monthly basis or so for that, or, you know, number of people, however you want to look at it.
Any recommendations for the board and ourselves? I mean, on what would be the best way? Is it a monetary threshold? Is it a number of participants threshold?
As
I
far
mean,
as
they
when
both
to make that
correlate.
decision?
Huh?
As far as what would be that place where
Yeah.
you would want to
I mean,
remove
we're
it
at
from coverage?
241 now.
Everyone's different, I would
Yeah.
say, yeah.
I mean, it's a very client-by-client, unique decision that requires a lot of different factors, as we've discussed today. I would say it's a combination of cost, but also disruption to your members.
What I would offer, board members, is that we would, to the point, if you did the weight management plan, is maybe put together an internal, for lack of a working group, with internal staff, HR representatives from our constitutionals, because they have employees that are using it as well. Representatives are locked in. Maybe we get the healthcare professional, whether it be from Marathon or some other, doctor that might participate and provide us some objective input. And then I just have to believe you may want an employee or two, participating to where we can evaluate and formulate recommendations for the board that would, so we could try to control it while offering a benefit, to continue something that's helping them in terms of their healthy lifestyle, but also recognizing that at some point in time, it's, where do you tip the scales?
Tip the scales,
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it that way.
you know.
I didn't say stand on the scale.
Good.
So I think that's a little bit like the last bullet, John.
Well, did you want to speak? Did you want to speak? Did you want to speak?
About this topic or the topic in general?
About the topic in general?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because you've been very patient, you've been here since the very beginning, and if you look around the room, there's not too many people waiting to speak, and I just wanted to give you the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I was just going to spend the evening here, but I'm glad
You're
that
welcome.
didn't happen.
You have done that on many occasions
I
during the
have
hurricanes.
so. My name is Nathan McCollum, Sebastian, Florida. And I'm not here to talk about your medication, so you all can take a break from that from right now. I want to talk about Blue Cross. And I want to suggest to you that you listen to the presentation that's been made by staff 3 years ago, 2 years ago, when we were renewing Blue Cross. And everything's great, everything's working great. They assure us that customer service issues are taken care of. It's the same presentation, and it's the same problem. I will tell you that I sent you all a packet of information a couple months ago that went over my difficulties with Blue Cross and my difficulties with what they were doing. You cannot get in touch with anybody at that agency. There's a lot of problems with them, and nobody has even suggested, oh, let's look at somebody else. Let's take a look at somebody. Commissioner Ehrman rose his hand, so. But the reason I'm bringing this up is I looked at the contract that's in here, and there's some clever language that's in here that you all need to be aware of, because I don't know if we wrote it or if Blue Cross wrote it. For instance, under your performance measurements, on item D, the first item says that there's a time limit for the call center to answer calls. Do you know what happens when you call the call center?
Yes.
They ask you your name, your account number, and what's your question, and then you get thrown into the whirlpool of nobody answers. Let me connect you to this person. 20 minutes later, you're still on hold. It rings, it rings, it rings. 20 minutes later, their performance, if you want the performance measurements to mean something, get a performance bond on Blue Cross. Do not go with the financial arrangements that they're making, because they don't have to report that to anybody. If you want that to truly be punishment for not doing their customer service, you want a performance bond, because bond companies have to report that. Blue Cross doesn't want that. I would highly suggest that you consider doing a performance bond if you're going to stay with Blue Cross. Ms. Boyle mentioned Omar. I've never talked to Omar. I've talked to a lot of other people, but I also know that people at Blue Cross move every 4 to 5 months.
So what may be Omar today, may be Betty tomorrow, may be Sam the next 6 months. It's a very difficult process to keep up with. I can tell you that probably more people have had problems with Blue Cross than the people you've been talking about today with the medications. And they're afraid to bring it up because they, for lack of a better term, they feel intimidated. They shouldn't be, and most people will listen. But the reality is that everybody's having them. Even commissioners already talked about the problem. They're talking about the, there's also parts in here that deal with the HIPAA violations and HIPAA things. And it should be noticed that in there, this contract is giving ideas to where the employee no longer has control over their medical information. It says that the Blue Cross will report to the employer, to the agency. That's a condition of the contract. That's not a condition of me saying, I don't want any of my medical information going to anybody else. It's in there that they will do that they will share it with, they use the term subcontractors. So I don't know if that's an issue for the commission or not. To me, with the other things that are going on with Blue Cross, it's probably a minor issue, but it is something that's in this contract. I'm more concerned with the performance measurements because staff should have recognized that that's not going to accomplish the problem. And if staff put that in the performance measurements, then we've got a problem there. But when you're sitting there talking about call centers, I don't expect you all to know call centers. You've got tremendous amount of things to think about. I don't expect you to remember those things. Agencies remember call centers. Blue Cross knows what the call center is, and they know that something is going to answer that phone within 25 or 30 seconds. Whether it be an automatic attendant or a person, hit 1 for this, hit 2 for that, it'll be answered. And they're going to look like, oh, we don't have any problems. Yes, you do, because you're never going to get anybody. In my situation that I presented to the commission a couple of months ago, I went through item by item by item as to the timeline of things that were going on and how you never get an answer from Blue Cross. They'll say, we're going to get back to you, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. You have to stimulate the conversation again. You have to send them an email and say, I haven't heard from you in 2 weeks, you said you were going to get back to me. And then something comes and says, oh yeah, we're still working on it, we'll get back to you. Then you got to start the whole process again. Then they have a great thing called the independent reviewer. It's a physician that reviews your items for, if you have a condition that they're not approving or something, they will send it to what's called an independent provider that does an independent review of your situation. They did that with me in the case that I presented to you. And I got a wonderful report from the independent provider that said there's nothing wrong with my foot. My foot wasn't even the issue. It was to review MRI findings in my spine. And it says the injury to your foot's fine and everything's great. I called Blue Cross immediately to Mr. Eppel, and he said, that can't be right. And he looked at it. All of a sudden, that report disappeared from my Blue Cross, but I had the email that has it, so I have it. So when they say that never happened, I do have that. So I don't even know now if we can talk about independent contractors, how reliable they are, because they're clearly copying and pasting things. The reason I'm bringing all this up to you today, and you all are familiar with this if you read that information, is that we made no progress in getting the treatment that I need. When I started this process, I was just walking like this. Now you see I'm carrying this, I'm walking crazy, and I'm going to have surgery done in Palm Beach County. That's okay. I gave the county, and I don't know if I'm talking to the commission or to staff, a way out to take care of this. In your contract, your current contract with Blue Cross, Section 5A, it says that the county or the employer has the right to manage the medical account. You could have just picked up the phone, called Blue Cross and said, look, it's going to cost this much. Now he's got to get an 800% increase in what's going to happen. You were just talking about all the numbers that are going up. I can save it to you if Blue Cross would just approve the original thing that I was going to have done. Instead, they're sending me to Palm Beach County. They're going to send me down there, take your tax money, my tax money, to Palm Beach County rather than keeping it here in Indian River County with the providers that provide a service here in our county. I'm going to pay Palm Beach County with tax money because Blue Cross couldn't do that, and I'm gonna pay it at a rate of 800% more than if I had something done here. I just bring this up to you, my situation is gonna be never ending, but I bring it up to you because I don't want you to think it's this great rosy picture. If you're looking at just the finances like you did today, it's very likely everything looks very well. I'm sure there's other competitive medical companies that could provide the same service at the same price. But please do not think that the procedure that any employee in this county goes through when they're talking to Blue Cross or trying to get something approved is smooth, there's no problem with it. And if you don't believe me, go back to the last 2, 3, 4 years when these same things were presented and everything's great, everything's working fine. It's not. And in the meantime, I'm having to pay the price for it, but you're gonna have to pay 800% more for what's gonna have to be done simply because Section 5A cannot be enacted in that contract. I thank you very much. I know you all have had a long day, but I wanted to make sure these comments were in the record before you give consideration to Blue Cross, that you may want to go out to bid. Bid's probably the wrong term. It's probably an RFP or something like that. But you may want to look at some other companies that are going to provide you better customer service. And I'd be curious to see if Omar is still in the same position in 6 months. Thanks very much. Have a great evening.
Mr. McCollum, thank you for your input. That has been an experience that has been shared by others. I could say that I'm aware that's the case directly. It is very confusing. I understand that we are dealing with GHI from another state. And while I've been told that that has no impact, it has a lot of impact. It does, because they're not communicating with the practitioners. They're having a challenge with associating the coverage, and you've identified it. I have to tell you what, I have witnessed it firsthand.
What?
And I've heard many others have the same challenge, and some have suggested that we're dealing with, was it GHI North Carolina?
The platform is based out of South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Correct.
What? We don't
It's a
have one
rabbit hole
here?
you don't want to go down. It's a never-ending thing.
We don't have one here?
So the local service team is in Florida, and then the Blue Cross Blue Shield of South Carolina is where their operating services are, as far as the platform that they run off of, which is
So-
considered their national platform.
So the platform, the communication is going back and forth up there, and they're just, there's such a breakdown in communication, and it's very frustrating for the patients, the members that we serve. It's very stressful. I've heard from them. I've witnessed it. It's there. It's a clear and present danger. To engage by calling, it's almost like calling about your internet service, and you
It's
know,
like a cable company.
a cable company. I made the analogy earlier. It is, oh, well, try this. Well, what about that? And then press 2, press 4, press 3, and I'm connecting you. And after those first initial 2 hours, you either give up or you go see another doctor to see if somebody else can handle this.
Omar's at the cable company now.
And now that's a cost factor. That's a cost factor to our employee, who now has to pay another copay, another visit, get another opinion to try to put it through, and I'm sorry, you're not going to qualify.
I will just offer up from industry perspective, this is the exact reason that many of our clients choose to go with a third-party advocacy and navigation service. So Health Advocate is kind of the version of that you have today. Moving to Rightway would be an elevated, higher touch version of that, where they would essentially act as the front door to benefits. So now instead of dealing with what this gentleman just described, going direct to the insurance company, you start with Rightway to navigate you as far as medical bills, services that aren't being covered, and they are the ones who become the go-between between you and the health insurance company. So it certainly takes an element of that frustration away from the member, and lets them work directly with this navigation advocacy platform.
Mr. Chairman, I
So,
forgot
right-
to mention one other thing, if I could, real quick, because I know you need to keep going. This is also including the company, the Lantern Company. And just so you know, the Lantern Company was very nice when I talked to them on the phone. They were great. You didn't fall into a whirlpool with them. However, their recommendation was that I see a pediatric neurosurgeon. So needless to say, when I called the pediatric neurosurgeon, they said, there's nothing we can do for you. You're 60 years too old. So that was the recommendation from Lantern.
Pediatric.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So
Well, you do look great, you do look young,
I-
but not young enough to qualify for
what can I
a
say? You know, it's good
pediatrician.
health. It's just, trust me, and I'm going to say it again. I truly encourage you all to get a performance bond with Blue Cross and not just performance measures, because that has impact on them globally when they're doing work. They may not want to agree to it, and if they don't want to agree to it, ask yourself, why aren't they wanting to agree to it if they made all these great changes? Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your patience.
And Nate, if you can keep your tie on this hurricane season, please?
He's wearing a tie today, so I think we're good for today, but we heard
You'll
rain.
be, yeah, I'll give you the week. So
Thanks.
don't look at me in July, August, and September.
Former emergency management director,
He's a hurricane expert.
yes. If it happened, he knows it. So, once again, Tressa, you're saying that right way is the answer to two of the biggest challenges we've had here, and one is service with prescriptions and a specific prescription that there is a step program to ensure that it's not abused. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And we're going to get better communication?
Yeah, Right Way is a PBM now, but they started out as a navigation company. So this was their bread and butter first. So if you want to kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was the portion I was speaking of. And so the contract that we had recommended includes both. It includes them as a pharmacy benefit manager, as well as replacing health advocate and taking over the advocacy and navigation.
And they'll correlate, we still have our one-stop shopping down the street as well. And they will have to cooperate with that program too. Can you explain the transition on that?
The transition to Right Way?
Yes.
So I'm going to turn that over to Tressa because she's very familiar with it.
Yeah, so for the implementation process, they usually like about 3 months to get started on it. But what we would do is, you know, they would receive a file from your current prescription benefit manager. They would take, you know, if there's any prior authorizations that are in place today, they'll send out letters to members who may have to change to another drug because it could be excluded on their formulary, or just letting members know where they would get their specialty medication now. So they do all of that ahead of time. And then it would be a 3-month process of calls. We'll have Suzanne, Marcella on, we'll be on all those calls. Just kind of going through how we want to build the benefit. So if we want to take a look at, you know, covering weight loss and also including one of those programs that I mentioned around the weight loss, Noom or one of the others that they partner with, we can do that at that time. But it's about a 3-month process, and every aspect of the plan would go through Suzanne to okay, say yes, say no, we want to do that, we don't want to do that. They have some extra, you know, kind of different programs. Your Cana RX could probably go away because Right Way has a program in-house that they use for that. So yeah, it's a very detailed, Rachel and I have a couple other clients that have been through it, very detailed implementation process.
So you're stating that, okay, they'll have full access to all the prior auths and everything else, so there should be no fear if transition change occurs that we're going to be on the phone, pressing 2, pressing 4, going to 2 more doctors, as I said earlier, and then getting that done, doing an appeal process, running to HR, and speaking with you, and then, because that's exactly what happened when we moved to East-Crips.
Yeah, Express
Many
Scripts was-
times, many times. I'm not just talking about one individual. I'm talking about many individuals had frustrations. Would that be accurate?
It would be, yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, because transition with healthcare is
Transition is hard.
It is.
harder than anything else.
One of the things that we also really appreciate about the Right Way offering is the fact that the member's going to be able to open up and see their prior authorizations right on their phone. They'll have access to the status of their medications. It'll be right through the app. So it's a very robust system that allows a member to not have to call a number to find out what's going on. It actually communicates, and you can actually do your chat and send in a concern and snap this claim is they're billing me for something. It says that the coverage denied it, and many instances of those, by the way, are still, believe it or not, our members went and gave their card to their provider. The copy was made, but the provider billing person still sent it to the 1996 address for the old, so we're still experiencing those things. So Right Way's going to help. They'll find out the details. They'll handle the call for the member. They'll reach out to the provider and say, do you have the right billing information? And be able to speak the language that navigators do, whereas the poor employee that doesn't even know the language of billing, they're not super successful communicating with folks. But Right Way will be our advocate in that regard and help our members.
Yeah, I think with you guys selecting Right Way for both the navigation and the PBM, it'll make the PBM change a little easier, because then members can call the navigation side and still be advised of the PBM change as well. Now, I'm not saying there won't be a Walgreens or a Costco that will take the member's old card and still use the old information and run it through the wrong insurance, but at least that member could bring up their card on their phone now, or, they could call Right Way or chat with them on their phone right there to say, I'm having some trouble at the pharmacy, what's going on? So, not saying it'll eliminate all problems, because there is human error in a lot of this, but I think it'll be a little easier as far as just with the technology that they have. But you're right about Express Scripts. They have some of the worst customer service.
I'm not about Express Scripts, just the transition.
The transition, okay.
I mean, once it got there.
It was okay.
It works.
Okay.
But it actually trumped the whole controversy over our waste containers pickup.
Oh, boy.
There was more calls with that as well.
Okay.
I think Tressa and I can both attest to having participated in many, many pharmacy implementations over our combined 40-plus years of industry experience. And I would say Right Way has been the top two as far as the smoothest implementation with the least employee noise, just because of their high-touch model. They engage very quickly, and they resolve the issues that do occur very quickly.
That sounds amazing. Did I hear somebody make a motion?
Well, we have to, the motion,
Sorry.
we need to decide upon or support the transition into one organization. And we also need to, that would be changing our health coverage. And we also have to look at what's to be included, correct?
So we're not proposing to change health coverage.
It's not covered, right, it's management.
Yeah, I've got a lot. It's a big one.
So,
I can break it down into individual ones. Would that be easier?
yes,
Okay, so staff recommends and respectfully requests the Board of County Commissioner approve staff's recommendation for the plan year October 1st, 2025, September 30th, 2026, to include, number one, amending our ASO services with Blue Cross Blue Shield for increased wellness funds and a rate hold for 2 additional years, reduced access fees, and performance guarantees. That would be the first one.
Are we taking these individually?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the first decision.
Yes.
Reduced access fees, remind us.
Do you have a slide with this on it, Suzanne?
It's one of our attachments.
Page
It was the
264.
comparison.
It's kind of long.
Didn't know if it was part
It's
of
a
your
very long
presentation
diatribe.
as a whole.
No.
No, it's gonna come
Okay.
up.
Basically, it's an access fee percentage. They have two networks. It's a PPO and a traditional. Our current rate is 2.02% for the PPO and 3.79 for the traditional. They're reducing it to 1.84 for the PPO and 3.31 for the traditional. And if I understand, that's for the out-of-area access fees with these the blues go nationwide. So Florida blue, it might be the blues in Kentucky, the blues in Colorado. So these are the access fees that are on top of claims costs.
That's correct, and those were all assumed in the projections.
In the future, we'll do these by
Says very
numbers.
clearly,
bullets.
continuing life, disability, EAP, vision, critical illness, accident benefits, and no increase in premiums, selecting right way to provide navigation and advocacy benefits in place of a health advocate. That's some sentence.
So I think the benefit of doing them one by one is because when it comes to number 2 regarding the pharmacy benefits
Yes.
and the issue of GLP, I'll modify that based on our conversation. The only question I would have related to that is, what has been your experience in Mr. McCullum's comments about performance bond?
I would fall back on that you're not locked in to a 4-year contract, that you can market and move with any plan year. And then also with Right Way, essentially uplifting Blue Cross Blue Shield customer service and being an alternative for members.
1 year.
In other words, see how Right Way does, and if they don't meet our expectations, institute some type of performance bond.
Or go out for bid.
That's
Go
what I
for
heard.
bid, go out
Right?
for bid, yes.
So we have to give Right Way a chance.
So it starts off with amending our ASO services agreement with Blue Cross Blue Shield, providing the increased wellness funds, the rate hold for 2 additional years, the reduced access fees, and the performance guarantees. That's the first.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed?
Mr.
I
Chair,
vote.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the second would be transition pharmacy benefits to Right Way, including coverage for GLP-1 weight loss benefits provided employees participate in the weight management program. So that would be, correct?
Yeah, I'd say you could even break those two up as far as we're going to transition to Right Way. You can keep GLP-1 coverage, and then we could also add the weight management program, and we could do that during implementation.
So I'll revise that to transition pharmacy benefits to Right Way. Return to the board.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Second.
John, are you including any time frame?
So we will monitor, like I said, we'll put together a working committee, and we'll, with Suzanne and locked in, and invite the appropriate HR representatives, constitutionals, and we'll, if we can get that up and running between now and October 1st, so we can monitor as it gets implemented. Does that work for you, Suzanne, and locked in?
Yes.
It's Rachel, correct?
Yes,
And
it's
Tressa?
Rachel, and that works for
Okay.
us.
All right.
Yes.
And is there any stopgap measures?
Do we want to have a first meeting to discuss it and bring it back to the board, and what the potential number would be?
That, we can do that.
Does that work for you, board, Mr. Chair, members of the board?
So we're not, In other words, we'll have a meeting, so we're not throwing the switch today.
Correct. So we're not being asked just arbitrarily to make a number on the dais right now. We can get all the HR representatives together, the working group together, and come back with a recommendation like, hey, if we go over here, this is what would happen.
I think that's most likely.
And this will allow us to kind of close out the fiscal year, see where we're at.
Yeah.
You know, as we close out the fiscal year, September 30th, get the claims. There's a claims run out. It's not really the 90 days like it used to be back in the day. Claims hit pretty quickly. But once we know where we're at, how far above budget we are, and then identify a threshold that we think could be sustainable without putting us at risk for the next year, and bring that back to the board to approve that threshold, whatever makes sense. And then Lockton will work with us to monitor that, and then they'll trigger it and say, you're there, or you're getting there, or you need to look at it. And then we would bring it back to the board if we needed to modify the GLP-1 coverage because it was going way high. That's my understanding. Is that the understanding of the board as well?
And I would take it even a step further. I'm sure we can work with Lockton and HR to have a monthly report that we could provide to the board that would be HIPAA compliant, so we can monitor those expenses.
Yes, we can add that to our current reporting.
All right,
I think you need to vote on that
Yes.
one. Okay.
so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, number 3 would be to renew the dental ASO with Emeritus to include modifying coverage for annual cleanings from once every 6 months to 2 times per year.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, number 4 would be moving COBRA and flexible spending account services to Lively Me.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, the next would be, the 5th one would be the Ending Connect Diabetes Management Program effective September 30, 2025, and transitioning care to Marathon Health Center.
So moved.
Sorry. Second.
Kind of left a little long.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Number 6, Mr. Chair, members of the board, would be extending our agreement with Lantern for elective surgery.
So moved.
Second. Take a second. Take a second for Joe from Commissioner Airman. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, number 7 would be to continue life, disability, EA Employee Assistance Program, vision, critical illness, and accident benefits with no increase in premiums.
Wait a minute, John, I think you missed extending our
Yes.
agreement with Lantern.
I thought I just did that one.
Yeah, we just did that.
Okay, I didn't hear you,
I thought it was his job.
Captain.
Go ahead.
So what's the next?
It's continuing life, disability, employee assistance program, vision, critical illness, and accident benefits with no increase in premiums.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Airman. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the next one is selecting Right Way to provide navigation and advocacy benefits in the place of health advocate.
So moved.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, the next, and members of the board, the next one is adding voluntary pay, employee paid group hospital indemnity identity theft, and legal coverage as recommended by staff.
So moved.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And the last one, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, number 10, authorizing staff to take the necessary actions in support of implementing the approved actions and authorizing the board chairman to execute necessary documents related to the approved benefits after review and approval by the county attorney for legal sufficiency.
So moved.
Second. Oh, you just throw a second in there? Okay, we have a
Everybody gets one.
motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Moss. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I think we've,
Staff thanks you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, commissioners.
no,
Much
I
appreciated.
thank staff and
Tressa and Rachel.
Tressa and Rachel, thank you so much.
Tressa and
Yes.
Rachel.
With that, we have now completed this item. There's just one more. Is there anybody here that wishes to speak about any topic whatsoever?
Go while you can, Suzanne.
The mic is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Anthony Germano. I live at 1430 Fifth Avenue in Rock Ridge. You may remember me and this from last month's meeting, where I came here to present our findings relative to the drainage crisis in Rock Ridge. At the beginning of that meeting, I witnessed a touching appreciation ceremony for the police, and then another one for the county employees and all of their wonderful equipment that was showcased right outside the building here. None of it, however, has made its way over to our neighborhood to clean the canals that have not been maintained for 20 years. Commissioner Moss, the balance of these comments will be directed to you, as you offered your assistance last month, and this is your district. We requested that our work, in the form of this binder, be entered into the public record. You unequivocally stated twice that anything presented to you in these meetings is automatically entered into the public record. After several requests, that still has not happened. Having learned from the county ombudsman that the binder had been delivered from your office to the office of the county attorney, excuse me?
Sir, you just said it hasn't been entered into public record. It doesn't mean that we advertise it, that we deliver.
I'm just stating facts, sir.
I know, I understand, but you're either going to have to tone it down or tone it out, okay?
We have been asking
I'm not
for
gonna-
our neighborhood.
I'm not going to have you attack a commissioner in any way, shape,
I'm
or
not
form.
attacking anybody, sir.
You have a challenge? I
not
think
attacking
you
anybody.
are.
I'm not attacking anybody.
I think you are.
Okay?
Reevaluate it.
Mr. Chair, I can address that. I think there's a misunderstanding
I
on
think
his
there
part
is.
about
I
what it
believe I have
means
3 minutes, no?
to present something, so I'm happy to address that.
Go ahead.
Do I have 3 minutes?
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Floor is yours, sir.
Having learned from the county ombudsman that the binder had been delivered from your office to the office of the county attorney, we invited members of the county attorney's office by printed invitation to join us in our neighborhood to view the affected areas. Our invite was declined, so that never happened either. We showed you in this binder that the county is the rightful owner of the NL4 canal, or the 3rd Avenue Canal, as you refer to it, and requested that you send crews to fix it. That still has not happened. It's been 20 years we've been asking for this. It's still not happened. Yesterday, I was presented this piece of paper, which I would like to give to everybody. One for you, to also be entered into the county record, or the public record, excuse me. I want you to know that I agree with that piece of paper 100%. And I'll wait for you all to get a copy of it. On the paper, it stated that the 3rd Avenue Canal, NL4, has never been maintained by the county, and you are correct. It has never been maintained by the county. That's exactly why I'm standing here, to get you, the county, the rightful owner of the canal, to maintain the property. the canal. After that, there are 12 streets listed on that piece of paper in Rock Ridge, and as I understand it, your position is that the reason for the continued flooding is due to a lack of pipes and/or swales. Let's remember, it was the county who installed those very same pipes and swales after the hurricanes in 03 and 04. So we're now adjusting our ask of you. In addition to having the NL4 canal cleaned, dredged, and reconnected per your legally binding 2006 resolution, we are now requesting that additional pipes and swales be installed where your piece of paper says that they're missing or inadequate. I also want you to know that our binder is being submitted to the media this week and that electronic copies have been sent to the neighborhood. I also want you to know that I will be in attendance at every county meeting from this point forward, using my 3 minutes to help advocate for our neighborhood. All of this, along with me, will go away once the county decides to fulfill its duty to the citizens and our neighborhood is no longer needlessly endangered by inaction. I was going to plead here for somebody to please come and help us, but I'm not going to do that. I'm simply going to ask a question of Ms. Moss, excuse me.
This isn't a back and forth conversation.
Okay.
It's not.
I'm trying to ascertain whether or not the county takes responsibility for this canal as the owner, as we've shown in these papers.
I have a meeting with Colleen Jennings next Friday. It's already set up. Maybe she told you that. And I emailed that to her yesterday in preparation for that meeting. And it's my understanding, and the county attorney can address it in greater detail, but we do not have a legal requirement. That's my understanding. That was Mr. Hicks.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, and I'm right here.
We do not have a legal requirement, by and large.
The county does not have a legal requirement
That's
to
my
maintain
understanding.
a canal that's in the county.
That's
Is that
my
correct?
understanding, sir. That's my understanding, sir. I think you would want to get that directly, though, from the county attorney's office because it's a legal question. I'm not an attorney.
It's a legal question.
Yes.
Okay. What exactly is the legal question? We have a very simple question for you. Very simple question. Can somebody please come and clean out our canals that have not been maintained for 20 years? How do we get that accomplished? I've been banging my head on the wall for 5 years to get the Florida Department of Transportation to come out. And they finally came out and cleaned the 16th Street Canal. We have begged for the 3rd Avenue Canal, NL4, to be maintained. And we get stonewalled at every chance. If you can tell me that you're not the rightful owner, and you can show me who the rightful owner is, I'll be glad to go bark up their tree and leave you alone.
Well, that's what we're going to try to establish, who should be responsible.
I appreciate your help.
Counsel?
Yeah, I mean, my department at the request of Commissioner Moss did research this, and the canals were constructed during the creation of the Rock Ridge subdivision, were never turned over or accepted by the county for any maintenance or ownership. We've never maintained them. When you look at the plat, there's some utility easements, but no dedication to the public of the drainage responsibilities there. So I disagree with the conclusion that the county's the rightful owner of the canals or is legally responsible for maintaining them.
Has anybody looked in the book, of the documents that we placed in the book that show that the county's the owner?
There's nothing in the book that shows that the county is the
There's nothing in
owner.
the book that shows the county's the owner.
I did see a resolution that the board supported your neighborhood's efforts to try to get something done to help you with this issue, but I never saw in that resolution that the board took any ownership of the canals or any responsibility for maintaining them.
It's a canal that's in the county of Indian River. How is it not owned by the county of Indian River?
There are many canals and swales and drainage easements that are not the possession of the people of Indian River County. They are owned by the Water Management District or FDOT. They are owned by the state. They are owned by the specific development that they are encumbered in. So there are a number of ways we run into this dilemma, not just with your situation, but with many situations, because all swales, all drainage easements, all drainage is not created in the same manner for the same purpose, and it is not governed by your local government.
Who is the owner? If you're telling me you're not the owner and you're not responsible for it, who is?
It's my understanding that Rockridge is.
Rockridge is. That's strange, because when I had conversations with Road and Bridge, and they told me that we, Rockridge, had the riparian rights to the canal, and I said, fine, I'll get a backhoe and go over there and clean it out myself. I was told I wasn't permitted to touch it. You can't have it both ways. I need to know who owns the canal so that we can have our neighborhood cleaned properly and we can stop being placed in danger unnecessarily. It's a very simple thing. It's a very simple thing.
Have you made an appointment with the county attorney's office to discuss?
Is that what I need to do?
Probably would be helpful.
Let's do that. We can delineate the responsibility, accountability for each one of the swales, canals, right-of-ways that you're discussing.
Okay. About 2 weeks ago, we requested a meeting with the county
Well,
attorney, and we were turned down.
You did invite Mr. Hicks to your home to discuss the issue. If you want to come into my office, I'll probably tell you the same thing I just told the board, but I'm happy to meet with you.
You're happy to meet with me. Excuse me. I find it hard to believe that the people that we elect are not supporting us.
Nope, that's not it, sir. That's not it. No, we just can't assume accountability and responsibility for objects in which you're not in the possession of the people of Indian River County.
You're not responsible.
Sorry, I can't hear you when you're not near the mic.
Perfectly fine if you're not responsible and you're not the owner. What we are requesting is that you tell us who the owner is so that I can go have that conversation with them. I can't just be told for 6 or 7 years now that you are not responsible for a canal that's in your county. I can't just continue to be told that and not given the answer as to who owns it.
I don't think anybody here told you that for the past 6 or 7 years.
I have been told that for years.
So
I
the,
don't know how many phone
sir.
I don't know by who.
Sir, what the attorney just said
You're
is
gonna
that
sit with
the
her.
canal, and that you will be, that's why we suggested setting a meeting with her, so you could go over these questions in depth. They're not gonna come to your house. You need to call and set a meeting in
We put
their,
a list of 24 questions
in their
right inside
office.
of here.
Okay,
Didn't get an answer to any of them.
okay, if I can just.
You can just,
So what she just said was that that canal was part of the platted subdivision of Rock Ridge, and it was never deeded to the county or anybody else. So that means, at this point, it is the responsibility of the platted subdivision of Rock Ridge. Now, whether there was an HOA in the past that was dissolved or whatnot, that's something that would have to be looked into and some legal background done on it, but that's what we are trying to tell you. You want to know who owns it, the platted subdivision of Rock Ridge.
then how come I'm not permitted as a
Because to do
citizen
any
of
kind
Rock
of work
Ridge?
on drainage, you have to go through St. John's Water Management District
Why do I
or
have to
Indian
go through
River
St. John's
Farms
if-
or any of those
If
things.
I'm the one, if my neighborhood is the one who's responsible for it, why do I need to go through a different
We
governmental
have to go
authority?
through them, whether if we want to work on our own canal, but this,
Because it
again,
affects other receiving water bodies. What you do in your canal will affect other water bodies.
Our canals have been affected from 2006 on by other water bodies that this county has allowed, even after a 2006 resolution that stated we will not continue to put other water into this drainage system.
that's
It
not what that
continues to
said.
happen.
That's not what that said.
No.
That's exactly what it says.
Okay, well,
have it right here.
I think we've heard and
I
we've
think you're gonna speak
responded.
with the
and
attorney.
we can set up a meeting and go from there, but
And get a true mapping of what we're talking about so that we can address it, or you can address it with the proper responsible party.
That's what I need to know. Who is
I
the
think it
responsible
sounds like it's gonna happen. You're going to see our attorney?
I will call your office and make an appointment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Fred, there's only one other person in the room, it's you. Do you want to say anything? No?
We're not the only one.
We. Councilman Fred Jones, thank you for being here and enduring the meeting. Seeing no further business, this meeting is adjourned.